Good morning. It's 10:10 a.m. on Thursday, July the 27th. I'll go ahead and call this special meeting of the Lamarque City Council to order. And we'll do a roll call, please, the City Secretary.
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A will be with us this afternoon. Councilmember District B,
Present.
Councilmember District C,
Present.
Councilmember District D,
Present.
and Mayor Bell had a overlap in his schedule, so he will be here shortly. But we do have 3 members, so we have a quorum and are able to proceed.
All right, thank you. So with that, we'll get on with our business. I'd like to ask our newest council member, Mr. James Ross, if you would open with our invocation, please.
Dear Heavenly Father, as we meet for the city agenda to try and figure out our budget for FY 23-24, I request that you send us all the grace and knowledge we need to make the right adjustments for the city to move forward together and fight as one team to make the city of Lamarque better. Amen.
Amen. And Councilmember Carlson, if you lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. Thank you both. I see the first item here is a presentation from the Texas City Lamarque Chamber, but are they online, or is this someone that's going to be coming in physically?
They will be in physically. They are expected to be here right at 10:30.
So at what time?
10:30, so in about
Oh, at
15
10:30.
minutes. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Well, having said that, waiting for Sis out here to get back, Mr. City Manager. Any information, either of you, Mr. Councilmember Carlson, anything you'd like to announce at this time?
Just tomorrow, Saturday is the mulch spreading over at between at the TC ISD playground off of Scott Street, starting at 9 o'clock.
9 a.m. And volunteers are welcome.
Volunteers are more than welcome.
And I think that's a cooperation and collaboration with
Yes,
the Councilmember Ross, is that correct?
we will both be out there.
All right. Any other information to share with us?
At this moment in time, my next event for District D for the cleanup will be the first Saturday in August. I believe that's the 5th. Starting at 9 o'clock, we will be at the parking lot at ACU because all they use on Saturdays is the mobile drive-up service. So tent and everything will be set up there, and the plan will be to keep working District D until we get it cleaned up and get people to come by.
Very good. Thank you.
Always looking for more volunteers.
Volunteers. Volunteers are gold. With that, let's move on to item 5, new business. And I'm going to turn over to you, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good morning to all. Wanted to take a moment and begin to address some of the things that were here. I just need a moment to get a copy of it so we can share it on the screen. We just finished it. Could you? So as we pull it up to share for everybody, so everybody has a chance to see. Been a late night, early morning, if you will, for a lot of us while we worked on this. One glaring thing was from the first 2 days, if you will, is we had a lot to follow up on. Quite a bit, and a lot of those things are going to take quite a bit of time. We do have a preliminary look at what the tax roll says, and I'll get to that a little bit later. I did want to focus, I know we have the chamber coming here shortly. I did want to focus on working on the utilities side. We did not discuss that at all. And I want to make sure that we have that discussion today if we can. Go over some of the challenges there because we kind of whisked through public works, but did not get on the utility side at all. There's other departments that we did not get a chance to hear from. City clerk, IT facilities, and then our office as well with some of our requests that we've got coming down, the actual pipe. So we can kind of get going in that general direction. So we can now officially say what is in front of you. It is more of a rough draft in those binders. It is the actual budget that we're presenting. We feel much more comfortable with the numbers that are there. If changes do come about, obviously, as we deliberate back and forth and changes are requested of us, I will make sure that we update those accordingly. As we finish projecting the tax rolls and then the projected revenue, for example, not to be preemptive, but once we discuss the fire fees, if and when that passes throughout this process, right? And we do move in that direction, then we can officially add those numbers in there. I'm sure all of us feel the same, that we don't want to make that decision before time. So once those things occur, then obviously this will be a living document until we're done with that. We have a lot of action that we're taking, which was obviously evident by the fact that we changed to 2 meetings a month instead of 1. And obviously you'll see that when we get to the city clerk's budget as well, because a lot of things from that budget alone have gone on incrementally with more things going to the newspaper and whatnot, more advertisement, more bid and stuff going out. So I'd like to first draw our attention to the first document you have. We're trying to get our hands on it here to share for everybody publicly, but it'll be a chart that looks here colored. One of the questions and things that we were asked for to provide was a breakdown of the employees that we have on staff right now. And this is a breakdown. We try to make this as visually appealing as possible, right? So we can take a look at where we are. If you notice that the breakdown itself shows that we have 94 males and 52 females on staff. That breakdown is shown there, and obviously the percentages are shown on the chart itself. That was one of the things that we were asked for, a breakdown there citywide. The next thing that was asked for us to compile for public view, these are things we'll be adding to the budget book at your request. These are additional add-ons. Would be the breakdown of our diversity chart, the rest of it, which shows our racial diversity there, and the number. So the numbers reflected on the right of how many employees we have. This is as of present day. Obviously, that'll change as HR things happen. We have some folks that we're trying to bring on board. But as of present day that are hired, that are on the actual books, and then you'll notice the percentages that are shown below. Pretty close representation of the city with the city's demographics. So a lot closer than we may have thought originally. But at least you have, this is something that was asked for, that we worked to deliver pretty quickly. Are there any suggested changes on this document? Is it clear enough?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is that includes fire and police, all departments?
This is everybody that's on right now, currently on our payroll, sir.
Are there plans to break it down by department?
That's the next step.
That's
that
the
we
next
gotta
step.
jump
Okay,
to.
thanks, sir.
It was more of getting our census right, make sure it was updated, and then making sure we had everything there. Apparently we had not kept that data before, so we had to do a little digging in everybody's employee file. Now the next step is to break this down by department.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. And then also to that sense, historically in the budget book, we provided one org chart. That was the city org chart. Another request we're doing on making sure we have departmental org charts. So there will be additional asks that obviously it will take some time to jump in before we get to the final, but those are things that we'll make sure we add as well.
Okay,
Any other questions on this? The look of it, is it clear? Does this meet the request that was made essentially by breaking it down clear and trying to make it more visually appealing?
To me, it looks great.
Okay, thank you.
that's for clarity, and so all of us, not only here, but within our community understand. This budget book now, you've opened up by saying that is, well, let me put it this way. You're saying that there are no substantial changes that we can expect with regard to your budget recommendation.
That's as of today. Without getting the final tax roll calculations that we still need to compute and obviously make the alterations. And without all the asks, there were a lot of asks and requests that were made from the dice that were not part of the original compilation. What we do need is some time to put that together.
Okay.
That's something that we do need. So
So this is not the official proposed budget.
loaded question. Had it wouldn't been for all the recommendations that were made that you asked us to look on, the answer would be yes. So it's one of two things. We either can present this as we go and not include the things that were asked of, because we've only had less than 48 hours to get a lot of that information. A lot of those things were pretty cumbersome. Or we need more time to do that, which I'm leaning toward more time to do it because I would like to accurately represent something that's a little bit different with all the cues that were asked for. There were a lot of things that were asked for that are going to require quite a bit more. The numbers themselves are not going to change very much, but the format and the layout, things like having charts like this, the departmental breakdown, the actual departmental org charts, those are things that are going to take more time to do.
I asked the question because of more from the viewpoint of what a city is required to legally host. And from my past experience, since we don't have a tax calculation worksheet in front of us, we really don't have a final proposed budget document, because that tax calculation worksheet forms the basis for us to understand both what numbers we're looking at in terms of property tax, and then looking at the sales tax and other revenue. I just ask it in that context.
Absolutely. And
So
also, if I could ask a moment, Kira, by charter, if you could clarify when it is that we need to make sure that we have that budget formally presented.
That would be very helpful. That was the other thing on
The
my list,
timeline.
the time length. We had that last year. They absolutely did. By the time we have to have public hearings and everything.
So just for clarification, is the question asked, when does the proposed budget have to be done, or when does the final budget need to be like?
Right now, we're talking
Adopt.
about the proposed.
Okay.
I know that you could clarify that.
Yes, so it says at least 60 days prior to the beginning of each budget year. Since our budget year starts on October 1st, it would need to be done by August 1st.
August 1st is next Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
Now, after deliberations today, if it is the council's will to potentially reschedule Monday and then allow us more time to finish this until Tuesday, that's something that we would greatly consider. So we can get more time to get this done. You can come in on Tuesday, receive it, and then have more time to chew on it. That way we'll meet the guidelines, and we'll also have time to get you all the responses to get all this stuff finished.
I'm still struggling with the time frame. If you, just for clarity purposes, let's go back. There's a process of public hearing, first reading, second reading. That's the dates that I'm interested
Oh,
in
okay,
knowing.
that was different. The
Yeah,
first
I was
question
like, you guys are
proposed.
asking
Gotcha.
about two different,
understand.
Yeah.
two different sets of dates.
Because when you threw out the 60 days, that just before the budget year, that
So section 6.09 of the charter says that the budget should be finally adopted no later than the 27th day of the last month of the fiscal year. So that's the 27th day of September is when this process has to be completely finished. Now, the date that city manager was asking about was the date that the proposed budget from the city manager's office has to be to the council.
to the council
And that date is August 1st.
is August 1st.
Yes.
So by August 1st, then, per what we've heard, we can expect from you no longer a preliminary, but we can expect your proposed budget.
With the additions that were requested in the last 2 days, and if there's hopefully not too many additions today.
Yeah. or your proposed.
I just,
And then,
to,
once having that proposed budget in hand on, our next meeting date, which is
14th, followed by the 28th. So those are the two meetings that we're on. But what we're trying to do at council's request is to not have. more than-
Sorry, I've got another meeting date of next week, the first.
I'm sorry, I thought you meant council meetings, so we could go.
No,
over,
no, no.
Yes, sir. So the next two, what were initially scheduled for the final of the 5 budget dates are July 31st, which is next Monday, and August 1st, which is next Tuesday. Those were the original publication dates.
So are you able to have by July the 31st, the formal proposed budget?
Mayor Pro Tem, I will. Depends on what gets asked of today. I don't want to commit to that without knowing what may come about today from your questions. There's a whole half of the budget that we haven't discussed yet in preliminary talks. There's a lot of departments we haven't gone through, and particularly utilities. That was a very big point of contention this year with all the construction that's going on and all the leak repairs. In my heart of hearts, I would love to have it to you on Monday. And we'll do everything we can to prepare it. I would be safer to say we have no choice but to get it to you by Tuesday. And if it means that we will spend the entire weekend here, then that's what we need to do. Myself only, I would never ask that of staff, but if that's what it takes, and that's what's going to take, we need to meet that by charter. And that will happen without a shadow of a doubt. But understand that, this is a truly human response. Had we not had so many questions and requests and things that made that we need to go out and now add to or move things around in this case, right? Then we probably would have been able to proceed, but there has been some, and there will continue to be more, which is perfectly okay. Those are the needs that the community has risen through through this council. But
once again, just for clarity purposes, from what we've seen, and you're the newer person here in that regard, Mr. Garcia, we don't really discuss our budgets until we have that tax calculation number. That's where we begin. That's the beginning point of our budget. You propose it, and at the beginning of it is the tax calculation worksheet. That's our opening.
That's absolutely correct, sir. The only issue is that two things. One, we're at mercy of when those come out to be able to announce these meetings accordingly, number one. And number two, it was requested by us as a staff to start sooner. We started an entire, so, and we wanted to change. The other thing that was asked was for us to have more discussion about the budget ahead of time to have that. That's what we set out to meet. So we set out a budget based on what we knew then, without the additional requests that have come from, and this is where we're moving forward.
And I think all of us appreciate that in that sense. I'm also looking for our purposes, planning. Once we have a formal budget book, I don't think that any of us here are going to say, oh, we're going to be comfortable with one day to look over it. I can't do that. I personally cannot do that.
That is a great point, which is why it is recommended. All right, in this case, if that's around, I know there's two members of council not here, so maybe if you want to deliberate on this this afternoon when everybody's here or later this morning, perhaps we then take the Monday, Tuesday sessions, right? And move them back a week to give you a time to do that. So I can formally address and give it to you on Tuesday. Just have a meeting solely to say, here, we can meet charters, we can meet the charter and say, here's the final document that we've now had tonight, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday to complete. Here it is. We've met that obligation. And then we go back a week. We still have enough time to bring back tax rate. Remember, we have 2 meetings in August and 2 meetings in September already scheduled. We can do the tax rate and passing of the budget well within that timeline and well within meeting these dates. So if we want to work backwards from that sense, that would be my recommendation, sir.
I would urge you, this is my request,
Sure.
and maybe it would be helpful. I would urge you, kind of like a chef, and deconstructing a recipe. Please, let's deconstruct the time schedule. We know the drop dead date that we have to have a budget adopted. I would like to know dates that we're going to have to call although we have 2 meetings scheduled already, we may have to have a 3rd special meeting of council on this budget as well. So that's what I'd like to see, and I think it would be helpful for all of us in terms, I've got to be involved in a trial where I'm involved as one of the plaintiffs that begins August the 7th. And that whole week is gone for me.
I understand.
So,
I will work on that and have you that information as soon as
and
possible.
just share with us. So just planning, it's just something, so it comes down to some planning here on that side. Okay. With that, I think we have our guest here, correct?
Yes,
We're
we
gonna-
do.
we can
do
defer.
have- We can defer to that and come back to the agenda afterward.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to take a moment and welcome our newest chamber president, and hopefully he's here for a very long time with us, Mr. Tim Culp. I've had the pleasure of meeting with him several times and being involved in several capacities. Great bit of energy, has hit the ground running, and we're very, very lucky to have him here with us. With that said, I'd like to turn the floor over to him for discussion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Good to see everyone. And I just want to, this is actually the first official time for me to come before you and visit with each of you, and have had, as city administrator pointed out, I've had the opportunity to visit with him quite a bit, and each of you at different points in time since I've been here, starting back in December. And so just maybe for a little bit of background and history on myself, since I am the new guy here, I moved here to take the job with the Texas City Lamarque Chamber of Commerce back in December. On December the 15th, I started that position. Hard to believe that it's been almost 8 months now, if we start calculating that, but it's been a lot of fun. And very excited about being here and being a part of these two communities, and helping to move forward on some plans and things that y'all have all kind of set in motion over the last several years. And so excited to be there. Came here from Deer Park, where I ran the chamber there in Deer Park for 13 years. And prior to that, I ran the Chamber of Commerce and was the sole proprietor back in East Texas in a small community called Crockett. Some of you may know of Crockett up in East Texas. And so grew up there and started my own business, got involved in chamber work, ran an economic development corporation there, and did that, and then moved down here to Deer Park, took the job, like I said, and been doing it for there. Been doing chamber activities and chamber work for, if you put everything combined, volunteer side plus on the paid side, been doing it for a little over 30 years now. So I've been doing this for quite some time. But to Mr. Garcia's remark there, being here, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I told the board when they brought me on board, I plan on retiring right here. So I hope to be in front of you many, many times in the future. So with that being said, again, glad to be here. And I also want to point this out. I want to say thank you for your service. So many times I know your jobs are a thankless job and nobody gives you the pat on the back. They're always willing to give you the complaints, but never willing to give you the kudos that you need for doing a job well done. And so I appreciate the service. It takes time out of your schedules and time away from your family. Everybody always thinks a council position is just this glorious position to have. That's not always the truth, and I understand that. But thank you very much for your service and your time. With that being said, I think the primary purpose for me being here today is to talk a little bit about some of the dollars that y'all send over the chamber's direction throughout the year, and the money that we spend and how we spend that, and the purpose of why we use those dollars. And so, and of course, definitely want to entertain any questions as we go through this conversation today. But when I got here and started going through our budget process. As a matter of fact, I got here, we go January to December. And as you heard me say, I got here December 15th. So I can appreciate when you're discussing timelines. We were needing to present our budget and adopt that budget right after the 1st of January. And so I got here in December. So we were trying to make all these numbers work and prepare for this year. And so, and we've actually gone back and made a few amendments to our budget already. But with that being said, I saw where the city of Lamarque sends to us. It's no secret, you all know it's $25,000 a year that comes to us, and what's that purpose? What do we use those dollars for? And that's what I'm here to explain and talk about today. The bulk of those dollars, we use that for the Value Fest. plain and simple. That's kind of that seed money that gets us started with the Bayou Fest. We use those dollars to help with the prize monies that we use for the cook-off. We use those dollars for promotional purposes. When we promote the Bayou Fest, we'll use that for a lot of the different kids' activities that we bring in to help us do that. We do receive some sponsorship dollars that come in for that event, but we really do kind of offset that more so with those dollars that y'all give us. And then the rest of those dollars that we have kind of go into our operating budget to help us do year-round promotion that the city of Lamarque is included in. So when we talk about that, we talk about our community directory. Okay, for instance, that's a publication that we put out. We send out probably roughly somewhere around, I think it's around 10,000 copies of that publication that we do. And there's a full section that is dedicated strictly to the city of Lamarque. We also make sure that through that process that we include the city of Lamarque in our leadership day, our leadership class. This year we have around 30 individuals that are going through the class. And so we make sure that we have a day set aside to where we come and visit with the city of Lamarque. We did kind of it wasn't necessarily intended that way, but it actually worked out for us here a couple of weeks ago and had a portion of what would normally be our City of Lamarque Day held during our media day. So don't want to confuse anybody there, but we had a media day set up, but we got over and got to go visit with the Office of Emergency Management, your Office of Emergency Management, and we explained to those participants in that class how media is so important during times of emergencies and how that's communicated. So we were able to do that as well. So those are some of the things that we include in there as well. Put my eyeballs on here so I can see a little bit, just make sure I don't want to leave anything out. And other things that we do is we do help coordinate the Christmas parade that is done every year. We do help that. Now, I've not been a part of that yet, so I'm looking forward to helping out there. And then I think the biggest thing that I would point back out to is that we work on a regular basis to make sure, as I said a moment ago, advertising our area attractions, parks, lodging, shopping, and events. I think it's no secret that Lamarque is on the cusp of some very exciting times. And we as a chamber are excited to be a part of that. We're excited to be able to help you promote this business community. At the end of the day, that's what we're here for. People talk about what the chamber do. Why does the chamber exist? We do a really, really good job of being what I call a knife and fork organization. We do a really good job of planning those kind of events, but that's just a small piece, a very small piece of what we do. Our job as an organization is we're a business organization. We're here to advocate on behalf of business and wherever that may fall. And the secondary part of that is some of the things that we just talked about with the Bayou Fest and Christmas parades and those things. We realize that a healthy social environment within a community helps make a better community and therefore makes us, better as a whole. And so that's the part where we play part to that. So with that, I thought very seriously about bringing a PowerPoint presentation and showing you all that. And I thought, no, I'm not going to do that. They see enough of that kind of stuff. Let's just have a conversation and talk. So I'm here to answer any questions. If I've not addressed something, please ask me and I'll be glad to do the best job that I can with that.
Council members?
Only question I have is the crawfish bash coming back to Lamarque?
Is the what coming back?
Crawfish bash.
The crawfish bash?
I know it was held in Texas City last year.
Yeah, that I don't know. That's a different promoter that handles that event. I know what you're talking about, and he for various reasons from my conversations with him elected to go to that new location this year there in front of the Mainland City Center. And so I do know that from conversations that I've had, they felt like it was very successful there. So that would be a conversation that as a matter of fact, he and I are supposed to meet here in the next couple of weeks anyway. We're kind of trying to get schedules worked around. So that'll be a question that I can definitely pose to him and say, hey, is there any possibility that you might look at putting it back over in Lamarck? Again, that's his baby. So I kind of let him take care of it, but it could be. And I guess it would be a question that we would just have to pose to him and ask.
Okay, I didn't know if you had a hand in that or not.
No, sir.
Because I was there at the inception and I kind of love it every year. And
Right.
this year I was like, oh, Lamarck isn't having it. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but it brings in a lot of revenue.
It does, and that's, I think, Councilman Carlson, I think you're right on point with that question there. I think those types of events are things, and so oftentimes people don't get it. They think of it just as a home situation, and they don't really realize the number of people that those types of events attract from outside of our area, outside of our local communities. And I always say this, is that those are the folks that we like to bring in. We like them to come in and spend their money and then go back. And because here's a fact, it's a statistical fact. Every dollar spent in your community will turn over 7 times. So every dollar spent will turn over 7 times. So it's a pretty easy multiplier that you can start, calculating with that. So all those people that come in here and buy gas, or eat in our restaurants, or shop in our stores, whatever, when they spend that dollar, it's turning over in our communities.
Can you take a moment and just explain that? Not for most people here, I'm sure know what that means about the turnover.
Yeah, absolutely. When you talk about that 7 times turnover, just kind of think of it, real basic here. If I spend $1 at a gas station, well, now then what's happened is that dollar is going to trickle through it's going to pay taxes for the building. It's going to help pay taxes. It's going to help pay that employee a portion of that dollar. So think of it that way. A portion of that dollar is going to pay for taxes. It's going to pay for that employee. That employee, for instance, now that they've gotten paid, they're going to go spend $1. And that dollar is going to turn over again. And somewhere that dollar is going to turn over again. And so basically what studies have shown is that dollar will continue to go. And after about 7 times through, that's kind of the max. It's kind of maxed out at that point. So that's why those events, are so important. That's why, to be honest with you, that's the reason why we want to be a part of the Bayou Fest. It's not the fact that we enjoy promoting and putting on festivals necessarily, although we do a very good job of that. It's because we know the economic impact that a festival like that can have on our community. Yes, we do know the large portion of those attendees are from right here in Lamarck and Texas City and our surrounding communities here. We understand that. But at the same time, it's also drawing people in outside of that. And even if it's, 10%, if it's 5%, it's an economic impact, has an economic, and this, you really got to get into the return on investment and those kind of things, but you can do that. So I don't know the answer fully to your question, but you did help me lead into another comment. So
Yes, sir. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Councilmember Ross.
We had multiple conversations about different various things.
Yeah. And I'll just throw this out there kind of while we're to wrap this up. Is I just, y'all heard my background a little bit on the economic development side, and had the opportunity to visit with your economic development board and work with Alex and those folks over there and some of the joint things that y'all have been doing together. And again, we're excited as a chamber to be a part of that and to help both of those entities, both of those groups. While you're all separate entities to some degree, you're still one, and we're excited to be a part there. And again, we've got opportunities out there in front of us to attract new businesses. I've had an opportunity to visit at great lengths with Council Member Yancey on some things that she's got going on in her precinct and trying to look at ways to help her out as well. And so, that's opened up all of you in any of your precincts. So we're excited about being, I keep saying that over and over again. I know I sound like a broken record, but it's the truth. We're excited to be a part. I've said this in the meeting with the EDC, and I'll say it to you. And I know Mr. Garcia has heard me say this, and I think a couple of you as well, but I'll say it publicly here today, is we take the fact that we have two cities named in our title very, very seriously. I don't take that lightly personally, nor does my board take that lightly. We understand that we are the Texas City Lamarque Chamber of Commerce, and we take that very seriously, and we want y'all to know that as well. So I'll be glad to answer any of the questions if y'all have any.
I'm good.
Okay. Okay. Couple of questions. Just to remind everybody, the city of Lamarque has historically made this contribution, which in effect is part of our membership, or is that separate?
No, sir, it is a part of, yes, sir, it is part of your membership.
25,000.
Yeah, the 25,000, we use that, like I said, we use a portion of that to go toward the Bayou Fest
Yes,
and operations, like I said earlier. And then that also includes some portion of your membership as well.
And then the other thing that, and I was just looking at your website. There's certain activities, and I think that's something that we ask our own public relations promotions person to perhaps increase and expand. But most recently, there was the Houston Association of Realtors who recently listed Lamarque as the 6th fastest growing, I think was the term.
Right. Sixth hottest.
6th hottest markets. It was the only one basically south of Houston, by the way. And that exclusive of Texas City and League City. So that's number one. I think that perhaps we need to do a better job of communicating that to you guys, and perhaps it's something that you can include in your both, not only in your publication as you update it in news, but perhaps logically on the website as well.
Absolutely. I could not agree with you more. I can tell you one of the things that we are going to be doing, to kind of to your point a little bit, is the fact that I'm already looking at improving our website. Okay, number one, and I think that's never ending. To be honest with you, I have discovered. I think it's never ending. You're always trying to improve your website. But to your point is, yes, sir. Any of that information that you have or that y'all have, and you can send it to us. We and Mr. Garcia knows this. We're glad to take and put that information on there. Sometimes it's just calling our attention to it, to be honest with you, and making sure that we're aware of it. But when we will gladly put that on there, because I think those types of accolades are the accolades that we need to be making sure that we promote for everyone. So I agree.
And actually, I just forwarded that to you. We're preparing something to put out. So it'll be in your inbox by the time you get back.
Awesome. That's great.
Yes, sir.
And the other thing that many of us on council just learned about earlier this morning, and this speaks to perhaps a weakness we have to improve, Mr. City Manager, but the fact that Lamarque Police Department has been providing and participating in the project Child Safe Parents, Child Safe, I think it's called, where gun locks, free cabinet style, cable style gun locks are made available free of charge to individuals for the protection of children. And that's something I think that would be item that would be of some prominence for our community as well too.
I agree with that as well. And again, I know that y'all will be, I'm sure you'll be preparing your own press announcements and those releases, that sort of thing. And one of the things, again, like that, I talked about that dollar turning over 7 times. I'll give y'all another stat that I use quite often is the fact, and this is for buying purposes or purchasing. People have to hear something, used to be 7 times before they would make a buying purchase. Now those numbers are up to like 21 times. Caesar heard me talk about this recently. Now it's 21 times. My point to your comment is we have to get that type of information out in multiple channels, in
Yes.
multiple ways. And so again, when we know that, what we can do is we can insert that information into our newsletter, even though you may have already it may have appeared, let's say, in the newspaper. And maybe, but it came in there one time. Now that we put it back out there again, now that it's over and over, it's repetition. And we get that good news out there. And so, yes, sir, we're more than happy to work with you on trying to get those types of that good news out there.
Very good. And I know there's for a while, Lamarck was kind of spoiled because Jimmy Haley was a product of Lamarck and Lamarck schools as
Yes,
well
sir.
too. And always they're at the sidelines rooting for the Lamarck Cougars. So, and I personally appreciate seeing you making the effort to be very visible within Lamarck as a community, and not to say that we're any less important than our sister community of Texas City as well on that side. So much appreciation.
You're
Anything
welcome.
else, gentlemen?
No, sir.
Mr. Osteen, Sally, anything? Okay. All right.
All
Well,
right.
appreciate it. Tim.
Thank y'all. Thank you for having me, and
Thank
look
you,
forward
sir.
to working with y'all as we go through this next year. Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Pope. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Mr. City Manager, let's pick up where we left off then. Next department.
Yes, Mayor, give us just 1 second. Yeah, let me get to that. On that side? Okay. You want to take that off the screen or? We're gonna. Kyle's got to wear 2 hats. He's got to get the screen right, make sure we're ready to go, and then get out there. We'll talk about his stuff.
Guess he didn't bring us clone today.
Not here.
No. So which?
So
department we're going to?
we're gonna go into IT and facilities. Whatever.
And it's 10:52, and the records show that the mayor has arrived, and turn over the meeting to him.
Very good, proceed. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Page 131.
131, exactly. Thank you. Take a moment, oh, here, take this. No, here this. Yeah, 31. Want to take a moment, you take the whole thing. That's the next one. That's the one that goes up. Want to take a moment and talk about a department that has been known as Department 13 and never really has had a full identity. So if we could go to page 131. As we know, Kyle is one of the longest working employees, longest standing employees here with the city. Oversees IT facilities and Office of Emergency Management. I'd like to take a moment and discuss some of those things and go over some of those packages. If it's okay with Steve for us to go in this order. We didn't quite finish all the departments, obviously, in the first couple of days, and we have to delve into that and utilities, so. The department's gone through quite a bit of transition, a lot of activities this year. Kyle, you want to talk about your highs and lows real quick and then get through some of your requests?
Yes, good morning, council. A lot of the, well, the lows would obviously be staffing as the city of Lamarck moves forward with technology. There's always a higher demand. There's always a higher demand in public safety, especially due to the officer safety, the citizen safety, for more technology, body cameras, in-car cameras, and all the infrastructure that supports that. One of the lows we had this previous year was we lost a IT tech. So there was some, during that time frame, it was just me. And as Mr. Garcia says, I also oversee facility maintenance, emergency management, at the direction of the mayor and the city manager. Along with taking care of whatever emergencies I can help take care of. Highs have been that, well, we got our facility maintenance, our IT tech back. So we're able to move forward. With a lot of projects we had ordered a lot of equipment last year. We're finally getting caught up so that equipment's getting out. The 10 computers for the library. We've done, I think, 10 or 12 MDTs for the police department. Along with assisting the police department body camera issues, in-car cameras, and staying on top of the technology trends. As PD will come in front of you and let you know, a lot of companies are buying companies, so we're having to switch products. But other than that, emergency management, we've been doing pretty well, staying on top of everything, moving forward. Getting plans in place. And educating the public to the best of our ability and getting the messages out as we can. It is just me in emergency. Well, so we have the mayor serves as the emergency management director. I'm the emergency management coordinator, and then I have currently David Merriman, our fire chief, is serving as the deputy emergency management coordinator, which helps out because fire department has a lot more staff to help out when there's an emergency. Our IT budget's pretty straightforward. It usually is every year. As we increase staff, some of the software cost, equipment cost, obviously goes up because everybody, email addresses and things like that. One of the newer things we are looking at completing or starting and finishing hopefully next year that is in the budget is switching our phone system over from Comcast Voice Edge to Zoom, the Zoom platform, which will give staff the ability to be more remote if needed, and allows the city to save some money.
I'm sorry, can I stop you there? Because I know there's some discussion on that, if I can, Mayor. There's a lot more technological demands also on the utility side. I know that, can you talk about the audit that was the Homeland Security audit in some of our facilities, and then how we're going to use technology to make us safer?
Yes, so the wastewater treatment plant goes through a security audit, or not the plant, the water well sites as well, go through a secure, like a Homeland Security type, terrorist review, just to let them know what their weaknesses are, things like that, because water is very important and it's, usually not as protected as most, like a police department is. One of the things we are doing is the Public Works or the utility fund is updating a lot of the well sites with the new SCADA system, and we're adding cell phone system there so that we can get that data off of the well sites live to the treatment plant software. And on top of that, since there will be an internet connection there, we're looking at installing cameras on those sites so that we have visible records of anything that can go wrong, along with access control, so we know when employees come and go, things like that. It gives a little bit more better checks and balances, which helps with our Homeland Security stuff, audits, because then we're basically adding security to all these, 26, 28 well sites that are just throughout the city. Which are main water points coming in and out.
Thank you, Kyle. Sorry to interrupt.
We're also looking at adding, I believe, internet to all the parks, hopefully, throughout the city. That way, once again, once we have an internet connection there, we can install cameras and get those on so that we can help alleviate any vandalism. On top of providing free internet at those parks for our citizens. Some of my asks, obviously, is increase of staffing. I did ask for another IT tech to help with keeping up with demand. I think when I started here, we were like at 100 employees, we're at 180 now. And technology is a huge footprint. Everything's going digital. I also asked for an extra facilities guys. Because our facility maintenance, as you see, we've been trying our best to dress up our facilities as well as maintain them and keep them running forward. I've asked for a emergency management specialist, which was a discussion last year with council about having some kind of a salary and person possibly in the emergency management line item so that y'all can see salary wise what that department is spending, because right now I'm just doing it. This would be somebody hopefully that we would, if granted by council, if feasible, that we would have somebody that is able to help with special events, help with contracts, creating those relationships. There's several meetings every month. And sometimes it's a conflict and hard for me to go because of other things we have going on in the city. I talked about the Zoom phone system changeover that's in here as well. And then let's see, the other funds that I'm over, obviously, that I have been utilizing and overseeing has been the PEG fund, which is our Channel 16 fund, which we, if you look at your budget of expenses, we have spent quite a bit of money this year compared to previous years. Just as a reference point to let you know, a lot of what JB does pertains to Channel 16, because he creates videos that we put on Channel 16. So there's special cameras, software, and all that. Those are capital expenses. So we were able to pay for those out of the PEG fund versus the general fund because he didn't have an operating supply budget. It was just a body and a salary. And then another large fund that we will talk on throughout this process will probably be the 99 accounts, which is a general city funding account. For instance, cell phones come out of the 99 account because that pertains to the whole city. So I tried my best to go in there and mark what I knew so that y'all would see the expenditures we're spending out, where those numbers come from, basically. The Zoom phone system, just like the Comcast phone system that we currently have now, is all paid for out of that because everybody has a desk phone. Everybody has a telephone on their desk or whatnot. So those fees are an overall general city fee. So instead of putting it in each department's line items, it's better and easier controlled out of a general. And that's where that Fund 99 comes from. Any questions?
Yes, I have a couple.
Okay.
First one, when you talked about the Homeland Security, beefing up the security on the water treatment plants, because those are considered soft targets. Is there any repercussions if we don't? Do we get fined for it? Do we get a lower rating from Homeland Security?
So how it was, so the wastewater side goes through a security audit from a company that is paid for by the state that audits, like you said, the soft targets focused on wastewater. The conversation that I had with them is they're wanting to bring everything to everybody's attention. Help wastewater develop a plan, because it's not an if, it's a when concept. So as of right now, there's not necessarily a point system, but it is a footnote on the report. Does that make sense?
Yes, I didn't know.
So they haven't implemented a point system or a fine
Mhm.
yet. Was kind of how I took the conversation.
Okay, I didn't know if it was a
Um,
fine or if we don't get grants.
right, so the
Look
beauty,
at.
the beauty of it is the camera system wouldn't be a huge expense. Because, but in the cell phone system, that would be a monthly bill. And, for 26 sites, that might be a little cumbersome, but that is something that is basically required for us to have live access and ability to turn flows on and off through the SCADA system.
Okay.
And if I can take a moment to add a point there, the investment in all these lift stations, and obviously we just got the water tower redone. It'd be prudent of us to make sure that we're having access to them and then readily access. We know that in the recent past, we've had some challenges with some of our lift stations that we found out after the fact. These SCADA systems will allow us to quickly get an alert that lets us know immediately if there's something that's off. Some of the levels that are off. Obviously, we're going to go check them daily anyways, but this would allow us that opportunity that if overnight something occurs, we could be alerted immediately instead of finding out after the fact. So it can be more proactive instead of reactive.
Gotcha.
Also protecting our investments. We're about to invest a lot of dollars into, all of our lift stations and obviously into our water towers as well. And our water infrastructure, there's definitely a lot of challenges there.
Because we all know how important water is.
Yes. Second and last question, I'm looking at your little needs requests and it talks about a pay increase for the maintenance tech, facility maintenance tech. And at the top, it talks about $4 an hour, but then it says under what is the purpose, it says a $2 an hour raise, which is it just a typo?
It was
Okay. So are we looking at $2 or $4?
4.
4. Okay. Okay, appreciate it. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thanks for catching that.
Any,
Yeah. So your budget for last year was, which personally being $7,000 under budget for IT, kudos on that. But your pay was by itself was 363,000 was the proposed, and your estimated for the year is 372. Why is it $100,000 less for the proposed for next year compared to what it is this year?
So that would so the public relations guy was in my budget. So
Right.
his salary got moved to the city manager's budget.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
You'll see that correlation from ours ballooning and theirs dropping.
any more questions?
Yes, sir.
Hi,
Go
Mr. Martinez. Okay. You started off saying that the city grew from 100 employees, or when you started, and then you said 180. But this chart says we have a total number of employees of 146.
We're at 146 right now, not including vacancies. We're actually at 175 total opportunities. Right now,
So
that's the
that
difference.
would be helpful on this.
I think
I'll
we're
add that.
5 shy because that I think includes like the 10 from the comps grant.
Yeah, that's inclusive. Right now, PD's down about 10, 3, 14 of those 30 that were below 34.
Maybe the proper term would be total funded positions. And
I will
then
definitely make that
open.
change to the chart.
So you're saying that's about 175. Or
175
180.
175 is what we are. 175 slots. We have 146 of those.
I'm trying to understand this part of the booklet. And as I looked over at night, I'm still
The packages.
the budget. Let me go back to where it starts here.
What we've done too, Mayor, I'm gonna wait for Kyle to finish. We did a summary for you guys of the packages. To make it a little bit cleaner to find all in one page.
Yeah, I saw that.
So that's the second item that we worked on since Tuesday. Consolidate all of those and put them into one neater, shorter package in one location for you to pull from.
What's the first item that you worked on? This,
That was the
you
first
worked
item.
on this since Tuesday,
Yes, sir.
and then you worked on this since Tuesday.
Yes, sir. We put the data together to get that.
I'm trying to, just the way the numbers are written here, maybe Mr. City Manager, or somebody, and this sheet where you have this one to the side, you know, it says phone stipend, for example, $1,000. And then after that total, it says, and this is for the new proposed IT tech.
Mhm.
And then it says 59,440. Okay. And then the next sheet, once again, the new IT tech. And this is a one-time for operating supplies. And it says 8,000. And then total is still the 59440.
Yes, so I
didn't
can better,
understand
I
that.
can explain that because I was asked that yesterday by
Mhm.
staff. So how the decision packets get put into the budget software, it allows you to break down for next year's budget as well. What is a salary line item? What is operating supplies? Things like that. So obviously a salary, but when we printed it, it prints them on separate sheets. So if you took all those sheets together and added them up, it should equal that 54,000 that's totaled at the bottom. Does that make sense? Because the salary would be reoccurring, but there would be a one-time cost for desk, furniture,
Computer.
supplies, computers.
So the addition of the tech is that the salary is, I saw two different things. I saw a stipend of 12,000 a year for your specialist. That's not, that's on the emergency management side. But I think I recall seeing for your proposed specialist. But then I also saw a salary on that one. I'm confused there as well, too. I was kind of thinking that,
Well, that's why the city manager created that breakdown, that quick sheet that kind of combined all of that together to just show you the like the 59,000. The total and what the ask is, which is, you know, a new IT tech, and then the total amount that would put on the budget.
well, let's clarify. The IT tech is not going to be receiving a stipend. Correct?
The phone stipend,
There's a phone stipend, but
yes,
there's not a salary stipend.
Not a salary, because they just, it's a salary.
It's a salary of the, is it 40 something?
Because we'll pay, they'll collect a salary from the city, and then they'll get on top of that for using their own personal cell phone. They'll get a stipend to pay for that as a equipment reimbursement. And then as far as operating supplies, there would be a one-time purchase of $8,000 is what I put in the budget to buy computer desks, chairs, shirts, anything that new employee would need. That would be, and it's marked as a one-time purchase, meaning when Susie imports this into next year's budget, that one time will fall off. And just the salary and the stipend.
You
would
just
cross
mentioned
over.
something interesting, totally different. Speaking of the phone, and Mayor, we've had something like this during the past year. I just heard you say they're going to be using their personal phone.
Yes.
And didn't we have an issue with regard to that, with regard to the information that the city could?
So with the
to
new phone
collect.
system, one of the reasons we're going to the Zoom platform is because then you can load that on any device. So I have it on my personal cell phone,
Mhm.
and everything that is work related that's on that phone number comes through that app. However, everything that comes through that app is recorded on our archiving servers so that we meet the open records rules of retaining those text messages and data.
And how about personal calls on that phone?
No. The personal side of the cell phone, anything outside of that Zoom app is personal and is not subject to open records unless it is business related, work related.
What, that to me, I understand the concept. But if I were an employee who did not want to use my phone, who did not want to give the city permission to download this program, would then I be allowed to have a different phone?
Yeah, the city
The city would provide
both.
me an
Yes.
additional, okay.
Yes,
So that stipend for the phone is about a little under $100 a month.
correct.
Okay. I'll follow up with you. I need to understand that phone.
Okay, I can
technology
explain
more.
it. That
Because
there's
I know you mentioned it to me even for us
Right,
up here.
right.
And I've not availed myself because I just say whatever. I'm not
Because
trying to-
it's a lot easier, like for me, who's on call 24/7, to carry the one device, to always have that one phone.
Yeah.
And if it's work related, it rings on my phone and it comes up through Zoom. And it's a different ringtone than if it's, a personal phone call that comes in on my phone. So
So,
it's separate.
Yeah.
okay. Well,
Which allows us to retain the company data separate from the personal data. So we don't get access to any of that because it's all done as it comes into Zoom. It's logged and recorded for whatever purpose, how our parameters are set. And it only retains that app. If a city employee does not want to use their personal phone and we require them to have a phone, then the city will provide a phone.
Now moving your proposed emergency management specialist,
Mhm.
that's a salary you're proposing of $40,760. Is that accurate?
That sounds accurate.
And the page before that, the EMC role stipend, that's the stipend to you, not to this specialist.
Right, so what I did also was last year's budget discussion, we talked about what section of my salary was increased
Mhm.
due to me taking on the emergency management coordinator role, which has been none. But y'all wanted to show something in there.
Mhm.
So what I proposed doing was showing something like a stipend so that whoever, you put in the emergency management coordinator slot would get, there's your step increase. Does that make sense? And it's tracked and followed through on the emergency management line item. So council knows, okay, well, this is what it's costing us to have, you know, a dual role split, you know, double hat type person versus, you know, the 100,000
For a full-time,
for a
so
full-time, this is all they do.
the option is to have a person already employed to take on that role.
Right. And y'all,
With a
last year,
stipend.
y'all questioned how much that was. So I
And there's
put a
not,
number there.
let me ask you, there's not the same opportunity taking an existing person at the fire department and as opposed to a whole person, having them also take on like an additional responsibility.
Like the deputy chief of the fire department.
Right.
Right.
As a savings, I'm just looking at it as
Right.
possible savings, and then give them a stipend.
Right.
That-
Right. So I just wanted to put something in there that earmarked and obviously council would decide that stipend and how it fits depending on who's in the role. But I remember the conversation last year and wanted to put something there to show y'all this. Here's, you know, I remember Casey asking, well, how much are we paying
Yes.
for this portion and that it needed to be split.
So explain to me, and I've seen it here, but I've seen it in others. There's this category for different people as staff for fuel supplies.
Mhm.
So, and this one happens to be for the specialist, $1,200 for the year. What does that mean? What does that mean?
So that would be to operate the vehicle for emergency management. So that's the gas card. It's not paid to the employee,
Right.
but it is a line item
In
increase
terms of-
because if we add somebody and we add a vehicle, then we're adding fuel costs,
So you're just saying fuel expenses.
fuel expense. Right.
All right. And there's another category here for the specialist. As opposed to the phone. This one says communications. What's that? That was for 1680. I think that's a 16.
So that would be like a mobile hotspot or iPad.
Don't we have?
Once again,
phone-
if we're adding somebody and we're adding devices, I want it to capture what it's going to cost. So
Well,
if we give them an iPad at, you know, $42 a month times out to 12. I don't know, my math is exactly on, but you see that's where the breakdown comes in.
Most phone plans, and this is just me, well, you're not talking about it. They include the hotspot capability, so. I'm just. In the midst of this, by the way. I saw this, but between emergency management and IT. There's this, category of, let me find it now. I think it was the dog, what's it called? The shelter,
The animal.
the animal.
Correct.
Is that your responsibility too?
No,
No.
that actually falls under PD currently. Coincidentally, Mr. Osteen sits on that advisory board as well.
Okay. Because it's just, they're right between that and that was. Okay, I'd never seen that.
We were asked to separate it and bring it as its own standalone item. And that's what we wanted to show that differently.
Thanks, it kind of clarified. I'll be looking at
problem.
it. Well, thank you.
Very good. And the council's decided that we would allow one or two questions from the audience during budget workshop pertaining to departments, and they have to be questions. We are not certainly going to allow endless commentary, but we will allow questions so we all can understand better what we're trying to do. Former council member James Osteen wanted to ask a question, I believe, about one of these departments. Is that right, Councilman? Please come forward.
I'm good.
Did you get it answered? Okay. Kyle,
Yes, sir.
you said something that I don't think had a whole lot to do with your presentation as much as it had to do with this process that we're in, this budget workshop process. You said when Mayor Pro Tem was asking you about a position and the figures, you said something to the effect of this is how it is coming out in this system. Are we using a new system for this budget workshop?
Yes. Miss Koo went with a different system this year. I don't know the ins and outs of it. I'm not finance, but then we used last year. So this year, all the department directors and staff took a training class, a short training class, and then had to enter the data into there that was not carried over or that might have changed from last year. So the company did bring over whatever Ms. Koo asked them to bring over. That's why some of your line items, I think, says imported or brought over by MDTS or whatever the company's name is in here. And then some of them do not, because those are ones that, like myself, has went in there and modified.
Yeah. Did anyone think to train the council on this new budget system and the information that's going to be provided and how we are to interpret it?
I think it was relatively new to everybody. And once again, yeah, Ms. Coop sent out an email that said, this is the budget system where I need everybody to put their data in. Here's your login. We're going to have this training class. And that's
What's the name of this system, Kyle?
It's MDSS.
MDSS.
Previous system we used, Mayor, was Gravity,
Gravity.
was the previous one we used.
So let me go ahead, Caesar.
Who roughly 45 days before we started this process came with a absurd demand for us to meet at a much higher increase. Extremely, about 2.5 times the price of what it would have been at time of renewal.
Yeah.
Which was never discussed before.
Well, yeah.
And we did have some, sorry.
You can finish.
We had some complications with some comments from how it was handled last year with the previous company as well. My finance team vetted this new software, which would have been easier. I've gotten some feedback from department heads, mixed thoughts. Some of them have felt that it's easier, some of them felt that it's more difficult because obviously the first year being more labor intensive. But the transition has been to make it a little bit clearer, as we had some concerns last year.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you some questions, and I really don't want a lot of. I don't want a lot of explanation because we wiggle out of stuff when we explain things. You said, Mr. City Manager, that 45 days, and in my understanding, 45 days is a month and a half. You said a month and a half before we started this budget process, Gravity came to us. Is that what you said?
If I remember the thread of the situation, it was time for renewal.
Right.
Yes.
So we are renewing software that we are supposed to be using to create our budget 45 days before budget workshop. That's what we're doing. And then they came to us. It wasn't that we went to them and we said, hey, 6 months from now, we're going to be in a budget workshop and we need to make sure that we have our contract signed. We need to be ready to go. 8 months, 9 months, 45 days. So Kyle, what else does this MDSS, what else does that software do? Is it just budget?
To my knowledge, that's all I have access to, yes. That's all I've seen on it. It was easier to use than the previous Gravity. From an IT standpoint. But it was a new software.
Do you remember a conversation that this council had earlier in this year? I believe we were talking about the budget process. And the council was talking to the administration about the budget process. And I believe administration was trying to introduce or recommend us use a certain software to go through the budget process. Do you remember what that software was?
I do not. No, sir.
Caesar, do you remember what that software was?
That we were gonna switch to, I don't remember the name.
It's not this same MDSS, is it?
I'd have to check, Mayor.
Because part of that was your administration was introducing to us that this software can do all these sorts of things, these wonderful things. And one of those things it could do is the budget. And I believe that I said at that point, wait a minute, slow down. The council hadn't had an opportunity to even understand what processes we want to use or what sorts of software we feel the city of Lamarck and the residents of Lamarck would be comfortable with. So
I don't believe that was the same one, sir.
So I'm hoping that this software is not that software.
I'm almost 100% positive, because we're talking about the time with an entire finance software that would encompass everything that we wanted to do, that we need to vet and RFP and bring forward. MDSS is solely for budget.
It
preparation.
is, I'm going to ask you a few more questions. I wanted to ask you about some things as I came in, but I wanted to get finished with Kyle because I don't want Kyle to sit here in the midst of this discussion when it has nothing to do with him. Kyle, what I wanted to ask you about was, I also heard you say that you are looking to provide cameras to the parks.
Yes.
And in that, you were hoping that we would be able to at least prevent, if not prosecute, unfortunately, if we had to prosecute, but at least prevent vandalism at our parks. Is there an opportunity for you to partner with the police or certain funds that they control to help expedite that? Because I think that that's a very important point, not only in our ability to keep our facilities from being vandalized, but also in our ability to provide safety for our citizens and our residents, excuse me. I think it's important. So is it a possibility maybe for the police fund, some of those funds that are earmarked for those types of operations, to work with those funds that you have at your ability to be able to provide something for our parks immediately?
Yes, sir. And I'll just say, one of the reasons we have not started that process completely is because we have been playing catch up on equipment that we purchased. So like I mentioned, we were down in IT tech. So we had staffing issues that caused us to get behind on getting our departments the new computers that we purchased. However, that process, we have sped it up and streamlined it a lot better. So we are to a point where we're getting caught up and we can start taking on those extra projects that we would love to do. Providing wireless to a park and cameras, that's fun to people like us.
Yeah.
You know, it's a fun project.
So you do think you'll be able to work with PD?
Yes.
Good deal. I don't have anything else for Kyle. Does anybody else have anything else for Kyle?
Yeah, I have one question. So the emergency management, are you looking to hire somebody, or you just wanted to show the difference between the stipend and the salary?
I was hoping to hire somebody
Okay.
because I am in that role right now and I have no support, you know, outside of when I have free time.
Thank you.
Go ahead, John.
Mr. Russ, for clarity, just to follow up on at least I did see that his request is to hire someone, then along the lines of he's receiving a stipend as already doing a job in a particular position, my request was, or my ask was, is there a possibility in order to save money, depending upon our numbers, can we do something similar with an existing, say, deputy chief or someone who's already taking the classes, by the way?
That, yes,
Incident command and the emergency
they're
management
very close.
Right.
I think they're one class away from their APS.
on that side, that, and then perhaps have a savings there. And then Mayor, as to the software, I do recall, I don't recall anything about the budget but I do recall Susie mentioning it several times in the past that she was going to implement or start utilizing a new finance software. I do recall that.
Mhm.
And so but other than that, it was never presented or shown to us or anything else like that. That's all. I
We have
recall.
not purchased a new finance software yet.
Right, so the software that Susie was referring to is not this software.
Susie has been vetting softwares and discussing and seeing how much it costs for what modules, because the current system we have is possibly going away, so we're getting ahead of the ball. But maybe that's what she's talking about. But just to let y'all know, we have not purchased one or implemented one. That's why council hasn't probably had that request.
Right, right. Any more questions for Kyle? Thanks, Kyle. Looks like Venetia's here, but before we get to Venetia, we certainly don't want her here at this discussion, at this front podium. She's probably already nervous, but I'd like to ask you, Caesar, some questions as I have a chance to now, because I asked you for certain pieces of information for this council on Tuesday, and you assured me that you would have those pieces of information. And so I'm just going to ask you if you have them rapid fire, yes or no. Do you have the proposed budget presented to this council? Yes or no?
Yeah. I'll answer that,
We
Mayor.
just had that
At
discussion
the
right before.
beginning, he said that this is now our proposed budget. With this summary sheet, that's what was indicated.
And
Hold on, Caesar. With what summary sheet?
This one with the breakdown of a staff request, I guess is best described, but I'll just interject that and then Cecil, you take it from there.
so, Mayor, best answer that question. Based on the things that have been submitted, without the items that have been requested over the last 2 days, and things for us to look into. What is before you that's presented is a balanced budget for both Fund 1 and Fund 2, which are your general fund and your utility fund. However, there have been some additional requests that have been made that we have tried tirelessly to try to do to add to this budget to finish, and we have not had enough time to do so in that base.
Is that your answer?
Yes, sir.
Caesar, this is not a proposed budget. It's not. Proposed budgets have cover letters. They explain what the tax rate you are proposing, why you're proposing that tax rate. They explain any increases in the budget. They explain any potential increases in revenue and expenditures. They explain in brief detail the city services that we are providing, the amount of staffing that we have, any highs, any lows, any additions, any subtractions. That's what a proposed budget has. This is not a proposed budget, Caesar. It's not. And I'm not accepting it personally or as mayor as a proposed budget. It's not going to happen. I respect you, but this is unacceptable. I've been here for 19 years and never in my time in 19 budgets have I ever looked at something like this and accepted it as a proposed budget. It's unacceptable. And I have to say that for the people of Lamarque.
And if I could chime in on that, Mayor, I agree completely. The second half of the conversation that was asked is that to meet the demand that's being asked and to present a more professional product, we had a conversation right before you arrived because Mayor Pro Tem asked a similar question. What I requested was more time to get you something that we could all stand behind and it could be more professional presentation, inclusive of all the things that should be in this item.
You've had several months, Caesar, but let me finish. I had a whole list of things.
I apologize.
Where are the new additions? One of the things I asked you to do so that council can see in layman's terms, and so the people of Lamar can see in layman's terms, what you are adding to the budget. If you were adding new staff, or if you were adding new pieces of equipment, or if you were making changes to line items that were significant, not fuel costs rising, but significant enough for the people of Lamar to be able to see. And since we're at the same budget, I would assume that you were not able to complete that task.
Mayor, I just got the other document printed that was not in your package earlier. That shows a little bit of a clearer breakdown of that item. If you could allow me to hand that out.
Let me ask, I asked you for several things. This is, I assume, the packages. I asked you to put your packages in one place so that the council can easily view them and review them. And so you completed that task. Capital improvement monies breakdown. I assume we don't have that because I don't see it on the dais. Unspent grant proceeds from the 8 outstanding grants that Stiefel shared with us on Tuesday. I don't see that on the dais, and so I assume that you do not have that available for this council. A capital improvement list. I don't see that separated on the dais. I could be wrong, but if I don't see it, perhaps it has not been done as well. There are several things, Caesar, that were not done. Budget is serious business. This is taxpayers' dollars. And we've had months to prepare for this. We had a retreat where the council told you what our priorities were based on what our constituents were telling us. We've had these meetings scheduled. We've talked about this. You should have been preparing for this. And where's the assistance that we should have here in real time from finance, Caesar? I have never been through a budget process. I've never been through a contract negotiation from our side as a municipality, or even when I was a union leader where there was not a finance person in the room. This is unacceptable. We're not getting our information in a timely manner. And the process up until this point, Caesar, it's been positive and it's been beneficial for people to be educated about what's happening in our community and certainly within our city government, but it has not been efficient at all. We are volunteers here representing the citizens of Lamarck, the residents of Lamarck, and our time is valuable. So we need to have a proposed budget, and the council needs to be able to review that budget with confidence so that we can advocate for our constituencies. We can't advocate for our constituencies if we don't understand what you're doing. And if we don't understand what you're doing, how can we represent your proposed budget to the community? It needs to be resolved ASAP. Now, I'll stop. You said you had some information you wanted to pass out. You can pass that information out. You can respond for your government, and then we'll proceed.
The next item that you have in front of you is your request broken down as requested. It's one of the items that was asked for by personnel, capital, and other, and some recommended changes that we need to implement back into the system. That is a summary of what you have. Mayor, I've taken astute notes of the items requested. We do not have current state right now a finance person that could be readily available to you. I am unfortunately serving in that role as well. But I will continue to to do so until we get the right people in here that we need to do to help us out. With that said, Mayor, the request that I made at the beginning of today was for us to consider allowing us more time to properly vet this and bring this back to you properly. Between Monday and Tuesday with the request made, came to my realization that we needed more time to work on this as well as the new ask. And so I would humbly ask that we please allow us more time to do so, so we can bring it to you and meet our charter deadline of August 1st to present you a balanced budget with all the bells and whistles necessary, in addition to all the new asks and requests.
What,
Yeah.
Joe?
Just our, when I opened the meeting, I did it a bit differently, but that's basically what the mayor's information was, what I was trying to convey to you as well. You have it from your former city, by the way. Remember the book that you had? That was a proposed budget book. And it started off a bit different here in Texas, right? We've got to have that tax calculation worksheet. That's the beginning of it. We need to have that. And that's what I was saying. And this is all fine. It did give us a spirited opportunity to learn, delve into the budget more. But a formal document that's legally required for posting, all put together, like these handouts are helpful to us by information, but I don't believe it meets the standard that we have to meet. That's what both the mayor and myself was trying to convey to you earlier today.
Certainly.
On that side. And I'm here to help you guys about in any way I can, Mr. City Manager. Tell me what I need to do to help you as well. Thank you.
Any other comments? Hearing none, Mr. City Manager, sounds like the council is going to give you that request. But certainly Tuesday morning, I would say before Tuesday morning, I would expect to see a proposed budget in the tradition that it has been delivered to us here in Lamarque on this council. And we need to do something about having financial representation in our meetings moving forward, whether it be on Zoom or somehow. It is unacceptable to talk about money and not have financial representation. You don't plan your retirement without having a financial advisor. It's unacceptable and disrespectful to the people of Lamarque. I believe we're done with that. And certainly thank you for your patience. Here are we at utility billing? I see Venetia in it. Is she?
So there's a choice here, sorry, me. Either you can do utility billing or we're actually at a point where we could break for lunch if you want to do that before you go into utility billing and the utilities fund. It's completely up to you.
Yeah, let's end on a positive note. Certainly, Venetia, you may come. It's not all bad, but sometimes we have to, as a council, hold our those that we do control, city manager and staff. We have to make sure that the people see that we're holding them accountable. But welcome.
Hi, Council Mayor.
What page, by the way, says that?
Do you know your page, Ms. Henderson?
Sorry.
209. All right, Venetia, do you have some high points? I know it's your first time. What's happening in your department? Staff, how's everything going?
Staff, we are short one customer service representative. I have a total of 8 under me. I have 2 meter techs, 3 customer service reps, and a utility billing analyst.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes, sir.
if you remember, one of these positions, the customer service tech to help at the counters and at the drive-through was a position that we had to freeze last year, similar to the one that we had in the city clerk's office. Due to the rollback to make sure that we could account for all the other expenses we needed to bring forward. That was one of the challenges that obviously utility billing had to surface this year. I applaud them for stepping up to the challenge and taking on that effort and providing the same level of quality service. In addition to that, we also have the fact that and that's one of the considerations for you in the budget. Still, utility billing remains one, if not the lowest paid position that we have, entry-level position that we have in our city. Some reservations were made for that and recommendations through the package. Next thing, the challenge that's come up is we were brought to our attention again with abiding by regulations. We were given a task, a project that we need to make sure we check all of our meter taps. Ms. Finisha, if you could talk about that, the project that you were working together with Public Works on. And then I'll have a couple of things to kind of carry on the presentation.
So it's required by TCEQ that we inspect the customer side and the city side water lines. For copper, lead, galvanized, any houses built before, I want to say 2008, I believe. So it's basically the older side of Marque that we need to inspect. I have 2 meter techs, and them doing their daily task. I don't see how it's possible for them to do that because they're going to have to dig on our side and the customer side, each house. And it's going to be more than 1,000 houses.
That's one of the biggest challenges that we've had this.
Who's requiring us to do this?
It's a state requirement.
It's a new state requirement?
It is a state requirement that was given a mandate we needed to do, and I believe the deadline is 13
Next-
months from now.
Right, September 2024.
So
It has to be done.
14 months from now.
When there are breaks in the line around the meter, and the city repairs those, that's Public Works. That's not your staff.
Right, anything outside the meter box is Public Works.
Do y'all repair it in the meter box?
Yes,
Okay, so you're saying the digging that would need to take place will be outside the meter box?
yes.
Gotcha.
If I understood it properly, this is that big effort to identify really the lead in our water.
Yeah.
Galveston kind of went through it before, after. I didn't know there was a deadline, but I'm going to suggest, just hearing it here, I didn't know, but I don't think, and once again, we don't have this formal book in front of us, but I'm just making this statement. I don't think this is a project that's got accomplished by hiring more people. I think this is a bid job. Go out,
Oh, I
because
see what you're saying.
we got to have and there are companies that do this, because this involves, as you said, digging up on the
yeah.
homeowners. And but there's another shortcut, by the way, FYI, if I'm mistaken, like I'm doing at my house, do a water sampling in the morning of the property, and you'll immediately see what's in the line, what's in the water. Is there copper? Is there lead? And then use that as the basis for continuing any further work based upon those test results. That lab tests are often done free.
I have a question, but I don't
Good,
want to
man.
stop the flow.
Good, man.
When did we find out about this requirement?
Was it four
We're not
months,
coming out
14,
September.
2 months? Was it 2 months ago? I know it was 16 months before the deadline. So we're 14 months away, 2 months ago.
Okay, thank you.
On that route, in the meantime, until we are able to formally present something to you in the budget to address it, we're working with Public Works to also help alleviate these. So if they already go to a home, if there's a leak at the home or in the general vicinity, they're also checking and working with UB to make sure that that those meters are checked off. These are all self-reported. So we're multiplying effort. If somebody's already there checking, then we can also assist in that matter to make sure that we complete this self-reported deadline. Ms. Phoenicia, if I can, how many new water taps do you have?
Water taps or
Excuse me,
meters.
meters compared to last year.
So we set a total of about 350 new meters since last year.
Does that mean that they're new homes
Yes.
so none of them are replacements?
Well, you know what? Some of the radios we had to replace some of them, maintenance wise, but majority of them is new development.
Okay.
So overall, last year we were at 7,100 roughly. This year
Yeah.
we're actually closer to 7,600, correct?
Right. So total active accounts, 7,600.
We've also had quite a few accounts that were inactive before that we brought back online as active.
Right. A lot of demolished homes that got rebuilt. Start new service, new pipes and everything. So those accounts as well.
I want to go back to this deadline. Were we alerted 14 months ago?
That's when it came attention to me, yes.
Okay. And how many months do we have left?
Roughly, well, sorry, excuse me. We've known for about 2 months. We were alerted 16 months before is when it was brought to my attention. And that was about 2 months ago. We had 14 months, roughly end of September. So
You have 14 months to go?
until, yeah, we.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
We have
I thought you were saying you only have 2 months left.
No, no,
I got you.
no,
I got you.
no,
Okay.
no.
I got you. Well, that makes sense. I was.
Yeah, absolutely.
My next question would have been, why are we taking, I got you. I understand better. Manisha, have you noticed, and perhaps I'm sure you have, but you might not have the breakdown, bill payment. I'm looking at online bill pay versus walk up. Is there an increase in online bill pay that you've noticed?
Yes, there is. So a total number of bank drafts, credit card drafts, it's about 1,300 in total, which
Is that for the year or monthly?
up to date from October to now.
So is that 1,300 per month?
Yes.
Okay, roughly. Okay. How many do you know? How many walk-ups do you?
Walk-ups. I'll say about maybe the most 50, maybe, or 40. I don't know.
Okay.
A due date's very different. A due date is 3-4 times as much of our regular day.
Okay.
Drive-through really doesn't have too many customers, only when it's around a due date.
Okay. At one point, council previous to this council was made aware of the opportunity for our software to be able to allow our residents to see their personal water flows, to check to see if they were having leaks, to see if, to make sure that they would be monitoring their water bills, so on and so forth. Where are we with realizing that capacity? Have we even entertained that and I know you're new to the department, but what are your thoughts on that?
I think it's great, and I think we're still shopping around for this software to take place so the customers can log on and see their usage. Right now, we're able to get alerts whenever there is a high usage on each water account. We get alerts every day on abnormal water usage from our customers, saying that if your average is 4,000, but we get alerted that your usage was 10,000, we're going to get alerted. And so that's where our billing analyst is supposed to, she calls them, notifies them about abnormal water usage, leave a door hanger. That way they're aware. They may have a leak they don't know about. They may have a toilet that's running that they're unaware of, so.
How soon does that happen after you've identified the leak? That certainly didn't happen with me. I'm just saying.
Supposed to when she's I mean, we get them every day, so
Oh.
we're supposed to notify them within that week for sure.
By the way, speaking for the old people in Lamarck, I should say our mature, fine people in Lamarck. The, it's just something I noticed on something else in another medical, connection. People, we still have our home numbers, which we maintain.
Mhm.
And I noticed that I really don't pay attention to that number ringing. I let that go just automatically to voicemail. And maybe a month later, I'll catch up with it.
Mm.
That we've become, and maybe perhaps that's a service that we might do with our identify, please rethink. If you have and lay the foundation, if we were to receive an alert that you're having excess water usage,
Mhm.
would you like to be immediately text, for example, of that? Texting would be certainly get my attention as opposed to calling the home number, which I would have probably not even known about.
Yeah.
And I would like to follow Mr. City Manager with the mayor's comments. You know, one of the reasons that I occasionally have paid by credit card with my water bill, but if I'm out of town or something,
Mhm.
but I'll come down here, old habits. But if it's a 3%, I think a 3 point something percent
Yes, 3%
service fee. And I was noticing that other cities locally, I looked at them, they didn't have that service fee. So I would like perhaps for us to look at different ways to bring down the service fee that might encourage people to do an automatic billing or get those numbers up, in other words. And different types of payment systems. Younger people, by the way, love to use, what is
Cash
it?
apps.
Cash App, Cash App.
That's what I recommend.
Venmo.
Apple
Uh-huh.
Pay, Cash App.
and
Bring it off, you know?
Venmo, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
stuff
I
like
agree.
that.
Do you see your human resources shifting from face-to-face contact to maybe more systems monitoring? Because what I see is in the end of it all, I think that the majority of, if not already, at least 95% or above of your payments are being received online. And that's probably hard to keep track of. And so I'm just curious to know whether or not this council should be looking at moving in a direction of repurposing your staff. Not having staff, but making sure that they are assigned to tasks that reflect the services needed today, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
So do you see maybe we should maybe alter some of their responsibilities, or again, you're new, so maybe
No,
perhaps,
I absolutely.
so you're already on top,
Already.
okay, already on top of it, okay. Good deal.
Or boy, the juices are flowing today on this one. But I would also like to see on the west side, and this is about billing technology. I think that was the trip to Fort Worth, but there are cities that have, in effect, pay stations for their utilities. And especially on the west side is to look at technology on touchscreen pay stations. Most people easy enough can use the pay station. And it's a safe, secure place to leave money. And then it's only up to us to collect it or whatever is necessary at that point. But make the west side feel like they are part of Lamarck.
Any more questions for utility billing?
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, so in your revenue side, on page 209, is it because of the 300 and whatever actual meters that our estimated revenues up over $2 million so far? Because the budgeted was was 206 or 2,601,000. And our so far is our estimated is going to be 4,090,000. And our actual to date so far, which is still early, is 2,081,000. So is it because of the increase in all the water meters that we're seeing that, or is there?
Where are you?
Oh, yeah, no, that's the, is that reflective of the second
Yeah, I think-
proposed increase that you're gonna propose for the water
For
rate?
It
for
is,
the actual revenue side of
Yeah.
the.
3022, I'm sorry, yeah, 3021, 3022, 3023.
oh, okay, okay.
You see the bottom, Benicia, where
Right.
it says it goes from 2.6 to 4 million? That blue number?
If I
That-
could,
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
if
Susan.
if
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
can, a large reflection of that number and the influx, I'm trying to multitask here. It was the change in what we budgeted, where we are, and the difference. If you'll remember, we did not do a full year increase.
Right.
We did only half of what was suggested prior at the recommendation was made. And we only did so for about, it was February, so we didn't see the effects of it until March. It was it was first meeting in February, if I remember correctly, that we had that occur. So that's why the difference is lower where we expect to be. And if you notice, that's why the reflection is slightly higher for the next year. Obviously, we're being conservative in that sense because we do know that we're not preemptive that we are going to get that 50%. We're going on the basis that if we don't, that's what it would look like for the year. Having said that, obviously projections would flow into whatever you'd like to do. For your consideration, next consideration would be, do you want to go the other 50% that we discussed to bring back during the budget season? Or do you want to go with the 3.5% that we said would automatically renew? Remember at the time that we passed this, we said that we were okay with with sewer and sanitation going to 3.5, but that we would discuss that during this budget process to make the decision where you would go so we could formally prepare accordingly.
So this 4.3 million in proposed in 2024 is reflective of the full increase.
Of just the increase that we have so far, not the other 50% and
Okay.
not the 3.5. We didn't put either in there because we don't know what route the council would go or if you would change your mind.
Right, so that's one of those scenarios where we would have to see this number, and then in some other document, we would have to see the other numbers.
With
If,
the other
you know, what would it look like to increase to this? And also be able to compare what the expenditure side is for that, so that we would be able to see if we stay where we're at, we're in the red. If we go up a little bit, we're in the black, you know, kitchen table type of information.
Yes, sir.
Venetia, if I can just get the basic, how many total accounts we have, what our what our average monthly bill is for the city, or if you can break it down, we have 100 that do 1,000 gallons, 300 that are 2,000, so that we can do some quick and easy math to try to figure out what we need to be over the next couple of years. That would be very helpful.
Okay.
But I also want to say thank you for all the great conversations we've had about billing and utilities and all that.
No, thank you. I learn a lot every day, trust me.
Any more questions for utility billing?
Only question I have is at what you said at a certain percent or a certain gallonage, or you get a high water alert. What is that set at?
At 10,000.
So if I had a leak, I wouldn't know until I hit 10,000 gallons. Is that something that we can control and set it to a lower rate to save the homeowners money? Or is that just built into the system at that?
I can find out in census to exactly, I can adjust that alert
Yeah.
by chance, you know, so it won't reach 10,000, but yeah,
Just that way we
can
can,
definitely.
we as a city can try to
Right,
save more water.
absolutely.
And that way the homeowner's not having to put in an adjustment by saying, I didn't use 10,000 gallons because it's only me.
Right.
Um,
Right.
so I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
Any more questions?
One last quick one.
Good, Jim.
This is something in my list, by the way, when we get the formal, I keep seeing this line for investment interest earnings. And
Which page are you on?
this is on 209. And I guess this is part of this new budgeting software. It's throwing me off because I'm used to seeing interest earning as a single general revenue item. And I saw this on several ones. I don't have my other notes in front of me right now. And it's for example, this one is significant and part of it is,
Yeah,
of
no
course,
kidding.
the higher interest rates. But in 21, we had 10,000. And what is it, 22? God, this letter is that 35 or 55? What is it?
55,399.
55. And then it jumps to 400,000. I'm wondering what's the
I know what
principle
it
that
is.
that's coming from? So. Yeah. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Any more questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Osteen. Could you come, James, could you come? That way the public can hear your question and they can follow along. Perhaps they may have the same question.
We're talking about utility now, right?
Yes, sir. Utility billing,
Utility accounting?
utility billing. Yes, sir.
Okay. When I look at a budget,
Sorry, Ms. Osteen, before you start, can you state your name first?
Name
Your
and name and address. Yes, sir.
What-
I'm sorry, Kiera.
when I look at a budget, I always look at,
James, state your name and address.
oh, I'm sorry, James Osteen, 2012 Giordano.
Thank you, sir. Go
Oh,
ahead.
you bet. When I look at a budget, and I wish y'all kind of look at this too, and you may, you know, you always look at your previous budget. We always done that, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
And when I look at them, I went through this last night and I look at the over and under on the budget and you got to look at where they estimate what their ending budget's going to be. That
Right.
gives you a baseline.
Right.
Like utility accounting, they're going to be $557,480 under budget. And so I look at here and I said, well, why are they so much under budget? And then I can look at 2020, 2021 and see it was running about 600,000. And their estimate is going to be about 500, almost 600,000, but their budget was a 500,000 more, almost $1 million. If you look at the
What page you on?
page 211 down there at the bottom,
Okay, got you. Got you. Okay.
but so it makes me question, why are you so much under budget? Did you pad the budget? Or did you really know what you were doing when you made the budget? And so I look at that and I went through every department yesterday. And for under budget on all the departments, except for 5 that were 1, 2, 3, 4, except for 6 that were over budget. There's $4,058,091 under budget through the whole, when you add all the departments up. That's a lot of under budget when you set your budget for last year. Over budget, 5, 6 departments, $2,703,000. So when y'all are looking at this, you need to question that. Why, how come y'all so much under budget? And so that's, my question is, why are you $557,480 under budget?
May I?
Yes, sir. Go
Mayor,
ahead.
it's fine.
And go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Olson, did you have something else before I?
Huh?
Did you have something else before I respond?
Well, no, I just wanted to give you all this total, but nearly every department is under budget except the 5, except 6 of them.
Yes, sir. If you could look at, again, on page 211, line item 7030. If you noticed on there, we budgeted for $571,000. And thus far, we've only spent 33,098. We were astute at the end of last fiscal year of getting our hands on some of those more advanced meters and Venetia, I know you've had some supply chain issues getting some of the other ones. We also are only going to purchase them as we need them. Some of the development on the west side, although it is moving, it is progressing, we're not going to over order ahead of time. So it's been a combination of not ordering as many as we thought, right? And also a combination of them not being readily available, combination of both the radios and the actual new meters. So that's been a combination of both of those items. Kiera, I know you've had your struggles. I don't know if you want to comment on that, but that's the vast majority of that where it shows under 10-year life assets. That's the biggest drawback there. We're not going to order just to have stuff around. We did budget for a certain amount of development. We knew that we were going to be there, but we also wanted to be extra conservative and not just buy stuff to have it, with the understanding also that we decided to only go with 50% of the actual expense for the actual utility rates. We wanted to make sure we'd be conservative enough to meet that, depending on where we landed.
So when you get into this, where you want to be conservative, you want to cover your back, that's conservative. Then then you got to raise your water rates to cover your conservative figures.
Well,
What do you do with this? It's like it's 557,000. How you going to transfer that to the general fund? Because normally when money's left over at the end of the year, it rolls over the general fund. Are y'all going to do that, or y'all?
well, no, sir, we'd have to look at the rest of utilities. Just how one side was under, in this case, utility billing may be under, which is part of the utilities budget. You also had an enormous amount of leaks this year that we've addressed that we had not anticipated in last year's budget. We had a large number of leaks, and we can discuss that with Rick when he discusses on the item later. And we're not even near it. The summer has not been kind to us when it comes to leaks. Both some that we're dealing in-house and some that we've had to contract out. So it's been a blessing, if you will, that it worked out the way that it did, because we do need to be conservative in the fact that we weren't going to over order supplies. Had we ordered more of these, then the other side of the utilities would have been even higher than it was.
Okay, utility line mains, 533,887 under budget. Water and wastewater operations, $1,396,236,000 under budget. All of them are under budget.
Mr. Osteen, these budget to actual numbers as to where we are, the actuals were done as of April 30th, which means I could tell you the amount of invoices that we have signed since April 30th on leaks alone. We've had one very large leak that we were billed on that the council is aware of, that was a ginormous leak that we had to take care of. That was not reflected because we weren't billed for it at that time. So there's a lot of things that we haven't billed yet. That number will increase.
Okay, now that's a key point. There's things you hadn't been billed yet. So you think that's going to change your under, which it should. So why do you put that estimate in there if you hadn't billed yet? So, because that's all the council can go by and all the citizens go by is what y'all's estimate is, that it's going to be at the end of the year. That's the only way we can see where we stand as citizens and as the council.
Mr. Osteen,
We can't read your minds, and we don't know what you haven't billed. It's going to change this. So it's not really a true number. What you give the council ought to be accurate numbers, the best of your ability.
You're absolutely correct.
And you ought to be at least within 5 to 8%, and you're way over that.
You're absolutely correct.
That's all I'm saying. So y'all may want to start looking at that and question it. And I've learned something today too, that you on your billing part here. But that don't help them to make accurate numbers whether they're going to have to raise taxes or not. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Any further questions from the audience?
Mayor,
We
may
try
I-
to take 1 to 2 on each department. Thank you. Yes.
the other thing to that is, and Mr. Osteen is very astute in making that point. Had we known at the time that these estimates were placed, the amount of leaks that we would have had after April 30th and before present time, I surely guarantee the estimate would have been different. Unfortunately, we did not know the amount of leaks that we've been having addressed this summer. I can only tell you that it's been the highest that we've ever had to address. And that's just a testament to what we're dealing with as far as our leaks. We knew that going in. We were conservative in that line account because we knew we had some reservations coming into the year. We said we weren't going to halt development. So we made sure that we were higher on that side in case the development came through and the meters were available, and placed lower lines on the actual leak maintenance. But then again, that's where we are.
Well, let me ask you, just along those lines, then I'm looking at your line here for total repairs and maintenance. That's then if and I do accept your explanation, but it's not, it's inconsistent with, you're only saying I anticipate only $80,000 in repairs for maintenance for the upcoming year.
What-
And you simply can look at that by this year's bills to have an accurate, that's all, but you're right.
What line item, Joe?
Oh, that was on that page
You're talking about utility line maintenance?
211, yeah.
Oh.
Under
Yeah,
repairs and
on the utility line maintenance right now, we did budget 2.6. We estimate that we're gonna end the year at 2.1, which would show under, but again, that was before we did this. And then thus, the result is 2.3 is where we started our base at to begin the year.
right here. Where under repairs and maintenance, where does that show 2.6?
Right now, I'm just going on the summary page 208, utility line maintenance, expense line 22. You followed across. This year, we budgeted 2.6. At the time of this printing, it looked like, again, to the point we were going to be under. It looked like we were going to be under at 2.1 by the estimates that were made. However, we looked at it being 2.3 for base 24, based on that at that time.
Look for the other book. Thanks.
Any more questions? Council, I think this is a good time for us to break for lunch. We have a council activity about 1:30. So I would suggest that we reconvene about 2:00. What departments, Kiera, are left on our schedule?
IT one, utility billing one, it is my department, city and council, city manager, HR, and I believe utilities to discuss the utilities fund today.
Have we had an opportunity to have a some sort of tax rate from
That's what we worked on last night. I'll have something at the end of the day. I was going to wait till these things were done to do that. We could do that, whatever.
So let's finish the departments. Let's then get into this tax rate. After that, then we can get into these documents that you gave us based on how much monies there are available. We can't really begin to make decisions if we don't know what the tax rates are. So that would definitely have to come before we start to deal with these documents. Council, that is at least the bulk of this afternoon, if not more. I would be prepared to stay a little late, like the other night, 6 to maybe perhaps 7. A lot of work to do. Go ahead, Joe.
I won't be able, I've got to be.
Prior commitment. Yes, sir. Very good. And nothing further, we will take a lunch at
12:23.
12:23. Council, we ought to be back at 1:15 for council activity, picture day. We have to get Councilman Ross to be part of this council via picture, and we will reconvene at 2:00. Good afternoon. And welcome back to our budget workshop. July 27th, 2 p.m. Mr. Garcia, proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. We'd like to start the afternoon session off by having our city clerk present her items. She's going to be listed as Department 7 as she prepares to present.
What,
I'm ready.
what, you looking for the page?
Yes, sir.
93.
There
93?
you got it. Thank you. 93, sir.
Thank you. Hello, Kara.
Hi, everybody.
Did you want to give us a overview, highs and lows of your department before we start?
Sure. This year, we reduced our department from what was staffed previously at 2 positions. I think we were funded for 2.5 the year before. With the part-time position that was originally allocated to be part of the youth fund to bring in some more of our youth into government programming, due to budget constraints last year, that assistant position in our department went unfunded. So I was a department of 1 for about a year. It was a pretty rough year. But we got through it. We had a lot of work increases. Just kind of some stats to date. We did 3 elections last year. So far, we've written about 32 ceremonial documents, whereas last year we did about 40. I know an area of concern for a lot of people is our public information requests. I know last year we spent a lot of time talking about those increases years prior. Last year we closed out with about 430. And that's comprised of both my department and the police department. This year so far, amongst the 2, we've done about 662. With about 215 or so of those coming from my department. Excluding anything that's happened during this budget process, because those haven't been input into the system and start the processing process. As city clerk, I sit in for all of your meetings, in an effort to cut down some of our legal costs. I've been writing the majority, if not all, of the resolutions that you all see. In addition to sitting in on council meetings, I'm assigned to the EDC board. I work with them. We had charter review I worked with them. And the TERS board has been reinstated and I am their designated liaison as well. So it's been a pretty busy year. We've done a lot of work just across the city. Again, I'm one of the few people who in some way is intertwined with just about all of the processes in the city, either if it's not, I do contract management, records management. We did a big destruction process this year. So we got opened up a lot of space that we had before that was stored, held by old records. So we were able to make some progress, but staffing was definitely an area of concern. I'm really just here if you guys have any questions for me.
Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Nance?
Cities around us, what's their city clerk staff usually consist of? How many people?
So it kind of depends. Honestly, a lot of that is going to depend on the type of government structure they have, whether they're a strong mayor or if they're a council manager form of government. A lot of the cities around us, if they don't have a minimum of 2, they at least have multiple positions that are shared. They share legal aides. They have executive admin assistants. I know there's a city close to us that has about 5 people in their department. A dream, but understood. We're not there just yet. But minimum overall, at least 2, somewhere between 2 to 3 is about average.
Thank you.
And with the last research that I did, which is about a year ago, doing comparisons, we were the only one that had just 1 in the office.
Yes, ma'am. Like there are no other in really the south or southern region, as far as I know, and I meet with them a couple of times a year. That has only one person in this department. Other people don't do that. Just because of the nature of the work, and also the volume of the work is increasing. The role is changing, just kind of across the state. It's not what it used to be, what you traditionally think of a city clerk as.
So it was brought to my attention by a constituent that the total raise in the city clerk's budget is 102%. Is, I would like to, I know what my speculation on the reason why is, but I would like to hear it from you. That way we can get some clarification out to the city.
Can I help start answering that, Councilman Ross, while she looks up the information? Last year, this is another one of those positions similar to UB that you heard earlier. It had originally was a department of 2.5 or 2.2 full-timers and a part-timer, whatever that math equates to. Due to the budget rollback and some of the needs that were there, we certainly an actual cut. The position is already there. It was just unfunded due to the situation, similar to what you heard earlier at UB. So the majority of the remainder of that is that difference.
And there's a combination of some other things in there as well, whereas in what will be your proposal, there is funding for that previously unfunded position. I also requested increases in some line items. Our legal postings is one that you'll see an increase of, and that's just because inflation, cost of those posts go up. We're doing a lot of work here, so there's a lot more of those going out, as well as our elections line item. The cost of each election previously was about $18,000 or so. Now it has risen to being approximately 30, give or take $2 to $3 grand on each side. And just in the last couple of years, we've been having elections pretty much in each election cycle. So I just wanted to be a little bit more prepared for that, especially with the understanding of this year, we're going to have a November election and our regularly scheduled general election in May, which historically leaves room the opportunity for another election in June for a runoff.
Now, were you talking about her salary or just the different
Just the
department?
whole
Department?
department
Okay.
budget. It wasn't, I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood why that
Yes, sir.
102% was there.
So let me ask you this, as we move into that, that area of salary. Ms. Nance, approximately, or Caesar, it'd probably be better to answer this. Approximately how much does Ms. Nance earn from the city of Lamarck in her position?
Give me a second to get you an exact number. There was an increase that was provided throughout the year. I can get you that exact number in just a second, sir.
And you've been here how long, Ms. Nash?
5 years.
Ms.
this
Nance, I'm
year.
sorry. How long?
5 years this year, in October.
How long have you been the city clerk?
Since December of 21.
December of 21.
Yes, sir.
Previous to that, what was your title?
The immediate title before that was deputy city clerk.
And when you were deputy city clerk, how much, if you can recollect, how much was your salary as deputy?
I want to say right around 50, 55 maybe.
$50,000 to $55,000 a year?
Mm.
Okay. And that was your salary as deputy,
Yes, sir.
$50,000 to $55,000 a year. Caesar, how much does she earn now?
Almost there, Mayor. Technical difficulty, give me just a second. After the increase, should be approximately 80,000.
Approximately 80,000.
Yes, sir.
And so you received that, Ms. Nash, this year, fiscal year 2022, 2023.
Yes,
And previous to that, previous to year 2022 and 2023, were you named by this council as city clerk? December 21?
yes.
What was your, when you accepted the position as city clerk, what was your salary? Do you remember?
I want to say 58.
So you were deputy clerk in November of 2021 with a salary of 55,000. Deputy meaning that your supervisor was the city clerk.
Yes.
So you were her assistant.
Yes.
You were her assistant making $55,000 a year.
No problem.
You were named by the council at the time to the city clerk's position, and you accepted that position, and you received approximately a $3,000 raise.
Yes,
And you accepted the position with a $3,000 raise. I also want to know where her salary ranks at as it relates to city clerks in this county. Is she the highest paid?
Absolutely not. I actually have a comparison of that. I'll see if I can share it on the screen, but essentially, and to correct that number, it is 79,996 with 80 cents. So 79,996 with 80 cents.
Okay.
That is what council approved for us to move forward with. And to answer your question, after doing comparing the HCAC study for 21 and 22 for cities similar to our size of 5,000 and 25,000 in population, the average salary in 2022 for a person in the position was 87,940. When we did the regional comparison of the cities around us, including Galveston, Hitchcock, Lee City, Seabrook, Texas City, and Webster, the average of those cities was 98,445 and 83 cents.
Okay, so let's just so that we can be clear, because I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. I just want to make sure that we are understanding exactly where you are on a pay scale. And then I wanted to ask you questions about your workload.
yes, sir.
So your current salary, the salary that you receive today, this council added to that salary because you were grossly underpaid at $58,000. And even the addition that we've added brought you out to about, Caesar, you're saying $80,000 roughly?
Yes, sir.
So the addition to your salary after you receive the appointment went from 58,000 to 80,000. And even after the council brought you to 80,000, you are still $8,000 lower than the statewide average,
That is the regional.
the regional average.
Yes, sir.
And you are roughly $18,000 lower than what's happening, the
In our-
pay in the
In our
area
immediate vicinity,
in Galveston County.
our geographic vicinity, including just outside of Galveston.
Okay, so even though we brought you up, you're still underpaid. That's what we just want to make sure that we are educating the community. We want to make sure that we're educating the public. You said something else, Ms. Nancy, that I wanted to ask you about. You said that when you were the deputy clerk, that your office was an office of 2.5 personnel.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like you said that you lost one of those persons in the budget,
Yes, sir.
in last year's budget.
Yes, sir.
Was that in connection to, was that associated with the rollback election?
Yes, sir.
The same budget?
Yes, sir. Same
Okay,
budget.
okay. And you're saying to us now that the 0.5 person or the half of a person or the part-time person had been allocated to the youth fund for the youth internship.
Yes,
Do you currently have any other staff in the city clerk's office aside from yourself?
staff members, no.
Do you have any temporary staff?
Yes, currently as of Monday, I did ask for additional temporary staff to help us with some records management work just for a few weeks to help us get caught up.
Temporary staff start at Monday?
Yes,
How many hours a week?
20.
20 hours a week?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask you while I have you, one of the things that we have been having trouble on is postings. And in particular, our legal responsibilities to post publicly in the media.
Yes.
And I'm interested in any processes that you might recommend or offer to this council to adopt to ensure that these types of errors or miscalculations or deadline breach, that they won't happen again.
Yes, sir. So I am aware of these situations. So what, especially being a department of one and the nature of the work that we do is very time sensitive. What I recommended was for us to go into a more uniformed date with how we address some of these things. Having like a uniform public hearing date, like we know that we have 2 meetings a month. Public hearings will be on the 4th Mondays. Also, that allows me to know to be able to better just kind of plan ahead, if that makes sense. And that way, there are times when we send in postings to the newspaper and they have staff, their people, they take vacations. And, you know, the entire county is trying to publish at the same time, and sometimes things don't make it. So having kind of a little bit more of that flexibility, and as well as my office getting these out to them, we've been trying to go at least give them like a 3-day window to get our things posted. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe we need to move into more of a 5-day process or a 7-day process. But in doing so and having that uniform date and knowing, okay, I have 5 public hearings, or we passed 3 ordinances, having that uniform situation, we know when and where to be looking for things. Because in a transparency moment, I send things off, and once they're gone, I'm moving on to the next thing. I'm not necessarily all the time having the ability to go back and verify that what I've sent off has made it to the next step. And that's an error in itself, but it's also the nature of, this department controls a heavy 13 to 14 major regions of the city operation. And there's only one person. So things fall through the cracks, but just updating those processes and making sure that we're following those will help us out.
You said that you don't have the time to follow up to make sure that those requests have arrived at the Daily News. Is there a process that we can implement to make sure that your office follows through, because that's important?
Yes, sir. So with that, what I've asked, City Hall does get a newspaper every day. It is reviewed by our staff up front. So when I send those off, what now happens is they get the listing of like, this is what was sent off to the newspaper. Can you make sure that it's there? Just those captions, because what had been happening previously was, I would say it would be like hey, I put something in the newspaper. Can you make sure that it's there? But there wasn't necessarily that detail of these are all the things that were put in. It was just like, do you see a City of Lamarque posting? So now there's a little bit more detail, a little bit more nuance to make sure that everything that was sent is properly there.
Does the newspaper have a deadline that they advertise for legal postings? Do they have something that says you must have your submissions 5 business days before, or something to that?
No, it's 11:30 the day before.
And do they then have as a part of their processes some sort of correspondence or communication with the submitter to give them some sort of a receipt that they've received the submission?
Sometimes I get emails back that say that they received it. Sometimes I don't, but the things are still published in the newspaper. Also at the newspaper, there's, I believe, one person who handles all of those postings as well.
Yeah, we're gonna have to, in my opinion, Ms. Nance, we're gonna have to develop a policy.
Yes, sir.
That verifies, because it's incumbent upon us as a municipality to provide the legal posting.
Yes, sir.
And not necessarily the publication to carry it out. They are a for-profit business and we are a governmental entity. And so while they may be well-meaning or perhaps even nefarious, it's our responsibility.
Yes, sir.
And so I'd like to see that be a part of your work this year to make sure that those postings, that we have verified proof so that when folks that are in our community that are familiar with the city clerk's office and familiar with your operations, so that when they come to question you, you have verified proof on what you did and what your office did to stop any and all conversations about it. If we did what we were supposed to do, then it dies there.
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to see that. How are we doing with our, I know at one point we were working diligently on proofreading, making sure that our language is consistent with state language and with the language that's used in municipalities across the state. Are we better at that?
Yes, sir. We made some pretty significant improvements in that. Again, it's been process changes, right? It's having different people have people who don't typically do this type of work, who haven't seen these items, especially when, I spoke earlier about how a lot of the times I'm writing the resolutions for the departments. It's kind of hard to verify your own work. So we've been pulling in other members of different departments, because again, I'm a department of one. And so we're able to add someone in here who does this type of work to be able, that person to be the reviewer, having them go in and verify and check for those spellings and technical errors and things like that.
Last question I have for you, unless something arises out of the rest of the conversation. Going back to that line item, 1010 salary. Obviously, we've said that you make approximately $80,000 a year.
Yes, sir.
The rest of that the rest of the $131,997 of salary, is that then a request for another person in your office?
So what you'll see here, whereas I have made requests for additional staff in office, what you'll see in that 131 is because previously that deputy city clerk position was not removed from the budget. It just went unfunded. When the system started populating numbers, it went ahead and funded that position as well.
So basically, this is a deputy city clerk's position.
Yes, sir.
At what did this software fund this position as, Susan? The amount?
Let me get that exact number for you.
Sure. While you're getting that number, and obviously that was off the cuff, so take your time. Council, do we have any questions for the city clerk's office?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Joe.
Here are the. Back to the website. Part of it is, I kind of overheard former Councilmember Osteen mentioning this to Kyle. Some of this is, I think, some greater clarity we need on our website.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't flow well, in my opinion. Like responsibilities, and I'm looking at kind of Texas City and League Cities. It always under responsibilities, although it says you're the official custodian of records, it's just under that statement. It's not very clear that you're also the open records person. And although it shows here under open record requests, then it's under a separate category. So I just kind of ask, and I'd love to work with you guys to facilitate a smoother presentation of
Yes,
that. And part of it, I would suggest in terms of this, is to educate all of us in terms of timeframes. What happens? I don't see, when you first came aboard, and I mentioned this, I don't see the link where we're showing the subject matter of all open records requests, so that people will know if they have an inquiry, perhaps that issue's already been dealt with. And they can just simply go to that as opposed to submitting another one.
Yes, sir. So on that webpage, I'm sorry, I'm gonna walk through it as we talk. In that section where it says any request for public information, there is if you click on anywhere where it says public information, it's hyperlinked. It'll take you to the landing page for our public information software. Because we try to handle as many of those electronically as possible. There is a public records archive.
Which is the one you're referring to, the how to request public information?
Um,
Marque, is that the one? Is
so
that-
you're on the city clerk website, on that left-hand side, right under, in that list of options that you have,
Yes,
there's a button that says public information requested.
I did, I'm there, I did
Yes,
that one.
and then there's the public records archive. So that has,
Public Records Archive, that one I'm not seeing.
You don't have your screen? Is your screen like theirs, Joe?
there you go. Sorry, I didn't.
No.
stop.
I'm looking, I'm just at the Lamarck site, mine. Oh, that's the one, let's try this one.
So it should be the 1, 2, 3, 4, number.
He got it. he
Okay,
got it.
it's
Yeah, he got
another
it. He
one.
got it. Yeah, he got it.
All right,
Yes, and then it'll take you to that landing page, and then in public records archive, we'll have everything that's been
Public Information Archive.
requested. It's all right there.
Oh, Public Records Archive,
Yes, sir. If
Uh-huh.
you scroll down, it's all in the list there.
all right.
Barring any information that's, barring any requests that are asking for police information, that is not archived publicly.
Uh-huh, okay.
Mhm.
All right, very good. That's so the community can go there, see the items.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And another thing that would be helpful in terms of the final report and is, let me see this here. Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong one. If you could provide for us an update of the value that you provide for the city. And when I say an update, I'm talking about a review of the number of resolutions that you prepared during the past budget year, up to date. The number of open records requests, because I think council would like to see that increase, right? As we look at requests. What do we have previous years? What do we have now? And
Yes, sir. I know, I think back in February, we did an annual report for the department, where we had that information. I know in our final budget book, we'll have the updates for the fiscal year as well. But I can do one in between those two if you'd like, just so you guys can get another update.
okay, that would be helpful for me.
Okay.
I would like to go out and brag about what you've been doing. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I had the response to that. So the difference between those two equates to roughly $52,000. So to answer your question about the deputy clerk, it's a deputy clerk inclusive of the part-time position as well that was requested there. So the combined total is 52. So that leaves the range at 38 to 42 for the deputy clerk and $8,000 to $10,000, depending on where one lands to the other, not to exceed that line item.
Yeah.
And that is equivalent to what we had that position at last, with no increase from that point.
Council, do we have any more questions for the city clerk?
No, I just want to let the record reflect is that when Ms. Nance was promoted, she was promoted at a salary that was $22,000 less than the previous clerk. So out of her loyalty to the city, she did take the 58,000 with the understanding that we would look back at it within 6 months because it was so egregiously lower than the previous clerk who did not have a college degree. And Kiara Nance does have a college degree and the experience as well. So I want the record to reflect that as well, Mayor and Council. Because I think people that are from Lamarck that are here should actually see this is a person that has been groomed by this community, that has been supported by this community. And I'm a big believer that we need to reach back out to our youth of this city and our young adults to teach them and help them learn about city government. I am concerned, though, that she has not had the adequate help. So I'm hoping with this budget city manager, we can definitely get her, in fairness, the help that she needs, because I don't believe in giving people a spoon when they need a show. And I think we've done that the last year or so. And I think it's time to give her the adequate tools to do the job more efficiently. But I thank you for being very patient and working with this council and the city in the last 2.5 years, I guess, or 2 years. Well, 2.5, because you started in 21. And now we're finally getting some stability. So I applaud you and your professionalism and holding it down as we get ready to go to another level of excellence in Lamarck. So thank you. But I do hope she's able to get what she needs.
Any more questions? Thank you, Ms. Nance. Let's move now, Caesar, to
We've got Rick here. We can go into utilities. I could take very short amount of time to go with the last department we haven't gone through, which is city manager's office and HR, because we've kind of delved into that the entire time here at your request for that one. As Rick approaches, Rick, you can start coming up.
we also need to do finance as well.
As far as our office, as far as city manager's office and HR combined, both of the offices, there's no real change on the HR side. We are on the cusp of extending an offer to fill that position. So it should fall in line with the budget. We've made the necessary arrangements in the request to accommodate for that. In addition to that, as far as our office, there were some requests that were made for some additional staff that are in your development packages. You guys asked for us to make sure we had some folks to assist with some of these projects and programs. Those are reflected and that'll be up in your decision package. We can touch on that at any time that you guys prefer. But other than that, there's not any more substance and changes. But we've got Rick, if you can, if we could start, because it's going to go down the line with the utility side. We could start with the capital improvement plan that we promised we would have. Rick gets himself situated. Because it'll go lead right into utilities, since a large part of this has to do with utilities.
So what are you giving us?
This is our draft. It is stamped draft, although you can't really see it behind.
Of the capital improvement program?
This is our capital improvement plan that we've been working on throughout the year. It is stamped draft because it is not obviously brought before you for approval yet. I also have a copy for the public share. Yeah, this document is in draft form. We know that we're working on bringing you some updated information with the grants that we're working on. The major thing missing from this proposal is all of the park projects that may or may not have been added since our discussion, obviously, in the last over this week, as well as all of the water line projects that we're working on. We need to update. Besides that, what's before you is a capital improvement plan. In previous years, in all of our years, it's been done as a document that's embedded within the actual budget. We still intend on doing it in list form, but we were asked to make this more visually appealing to better explain each item. So it wasn't all copied into that. This document illustrates that with some real-time pictures of us making some of these repairs, but also dealing with some of the situation that we deal with. Rick, if you'd like to go through that plan concurrently. The first part of it embeds what we're trying to do in some of the parks with some obvious renovations that are shown. And it takes you through a myriad of other ideas as other capital improvement requests come to us, either from the department, from the community for us to consider that come before you, or directly from you, from your constituents. We will obviously add this. This is a living document. The idea is to make this similar to what Mayor Pro Tem alluded to earlier, to have a document that you essentially approve. It is a 5-year capital improvement plan. You should update it on a regular basis. It should be updated but this gives you more of a visual synopsis of where we are with these projects and what our intention is. So at least we have a plan of attack for all of these, so that in future, when you have all these requests, departmental requests, as what you've shown today, we'll show you later today that we've gotten, they can all be embedded into this document as a draft. I'd like to make sure that this satisfies what was requested. Obviously, it's still in draft form because we have not formally brought this to you before council, and we're still adding the things that have been requested in addition to the water line projects that need to be in here. But this gives you a general idea, and I apologize, they don't have page numbers on it, but there's a specific section that I want to take to note. We recently did all of these. If you go to the section that talks about street rehabilitation, it's about halfway through the actual plan. It takes you through a myriad of streets that have been identified as a base of need.
What page are you on?
There's no page numbers on it,
Okay.
and I apologize. Looks like they got caught off the bottom. But we talk about streets. Obviously, our streets are a great ordeal. Where we talk about some of these projects that need to come down. And Rick has put them in a category where you can take care of them on an annual basis. Those are the names of the streets for us to address. I do ask that if there's some streets that we may have missed or may have come to your attention that may have not come to our attention, or that you hear that may need to be addressed, then please let us know so we can make sure we add them to this while this document is still in draft form. Again, a list of this will be in your budget book, but what I'd like to do is bring this formal book back to you with a synopsis of how we're going to address these items.
This is just for purposes of helping me, my tired head here. We're not going to be talking anymore about public works, right? We're just going to be focusing right now on this draft document that you refer to as the capital improvement plan, and setting forth some status for us of the city's infrastructure, its replacement, and perhaps its renovation needs, and potential new projects like you just mentioned about roads, and providing us an update. That's that. Am I accurate in saying that?
Yes, with one exception. You said we weren't going to talk about public work. Technically, we have utilities to discuss. The utility side, even though there's some information you asked me for earlier this morning that I haven't finished attaining, which was the projection of the 50 versus the 3.5. That we will bring back when we present this formally. But we do have some comments and some highs and lows to talk about the utility side, specifically with water leaks and some of the repairs of water leaks, which ties to capital improvement because of the water line repairs and all the vast improvement that we're doing. That's more capital related than just day-to-day maintenance.
Well, I ask also this question in the context of we always remember that if and when this council discusses perhaps a bond of some sort, that these bonds or certificates of obligation are focused upon infrastructure needs that are equipment as well too, as opposed to some of the ongoing maintenance and operations of the city.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, I just declared.
Obviously, just having a moment to see this, I know the time will be needed to digest it, but I did want to present it as to what we've been working on this past year to put all these items together. The list that was brought to you before previously was not complete and didn't have some explanations of what these items were. You may not know what some of these things occurred, but now you have pictures with descriptions of what each one of them is. The final version will have page numbers and will also include the water line project. Again, this is in draft form, but I wanted you to know that this is something we've been working on for the better part of a year almost to put together. Zach has been trying to take care of this between some of his other tasks.
So if we have roads to add, do we tell you now?
If there's some roads that are not listed on there, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't see Brown Street on there. I'm talking about street realization,
Brown Street.
and Jefferson, it's not on there.
Jefferson is one we're looking to add. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ray. Jefferson is the one that runs behind A&A
Mhm.
Machinery.
Yeah.
Yes.
sir.
Jefferson is one that's gonna be a little bit different, and Rick and I have talked about that at length. It may need to be its own separate sheet,
Yeah.
because chances are we might have to go concrete, full concrete. Rick, you want to talk about that one? As far as. what we
Yeah,
do
so
on
on the, I'll put forth some comments here. As far as the street rehab restoration overlay work. So right now, the work that got done recently by the county is not really capital project.
Right.
Okay, that is routine street work that we all need to figure out how to do on a regular basis. Typically, we need $500,000 a year to do routine street paving work, which would be chip seal, mill and overlay, that type of work. So that type of street work is not really considered capital projects in the big scheme of things. Jefferson, for instance, is going to be a capital project. We need to go in there, basically take out that existing street. Most likely that street needs to be concrete rather than asphalt.
Right.
So it's a full street restoration, rehabilitation project. And
I think Duro needs to be added too.
which one?
Both sides.
Duro, a Duro on both sides.
Zero.
So I would add Browns, Jefferson and Duro.
Okay.
And Meadow Lane as well,
Which one?
Meadow Lane as well.
So up in the graph section, what we've got right now, based on some preliminary prior understandings, is Lake Road is huge. That is a major street improvement project, $1.7 million. That's from Maine to Texas. And that number could be a little bit low. We're talking about Lake Road there. We're talking about complete street type of construction, storm sidewalks, think cedar, think bayou, is what we're trying to do with Lake. It's a main intersecting road. So we've actually got that as our priority, and it has been for a while. That can get changed, but that is something that we're focusing on. I think Thompson might be a mistake. That was probably meant to be Jefferson, that second item down. Cedar's the next one. It's a major street that needs to get done. Cedar, between Oak and 1765. That is a major street project that certainly needs to get done. The prioritization needs to come from council, probably in a voting process, because you're all in different districts. But the reality is, streets sometimes don't come down to districts. It comes down to where the traveling public is going and how you want to build the city. So right now, the streets that we've got identified, and once again, Lake is on there, or Cedar's on there at the end. We didn't do Cedar from Lake Road to I-45. See that section of Cedar desperately needs to get completed, similar to the other section of Cedar. As far as maintaining interior streets, residential streets, typically that would get done once again through an annual maintenance project that is budgeted. I think I penciled in like $250,000 this year. The city's never really considered spending the kind of money that we need to spend in order to do routine maintenance on streets. So I would encourage you to think about that going forward, because that's what it's going to take to really maintain our streets in a much better condition. It's constantly going out there, and like I said, we can use chip seal, we can do mill and overlay work. We can patch, but eventually the streets need to get the mill and overlay. These streets that we mill and overlay, one of the things that we'll do from Public Works, and you will see this, is the streets that we did this year will get sealed within 3 years. We will maintain this asphalt. We won't let it dry out and deteriorate. You just can't do that. Sealing is very cheap. The There's some different products that I've used in the past that we can get down on this pavement because we just spent almost $4 million on streets. And what you don't want to do is just let it deteriorate. We need to look at getting a crack signaling machine. We don't have a crack signaling machine, especially on the new streets that are getting mill and overlay. We've already got some cracks on Bayou right now that we need to get sealed. We can go in with a mastic sealer or a rubber sealer, crack seal. But if we don't seal those cracks, those streets will deteriorate. I remind you on a mill and overlay work, you're only talking about 2 inches of pavement coming off and going back on. It's like a very thin Band-Aid. When we're talking about full street restoration, we're talking about a lot more work and building a street that's going to last, 30 to 50 years, which is what you want when you're spending that kind of money. The mill and overlay, you're looking at a 10 to 15 year timeline before it needs to get milled and overlaid again. You can do that and over again, but eventually the streets begin to fail from a base standpoint. And that's what we've got around town here a little bit, is we've got some serious failures that are going to require base work.
So when I brought up earlier about HGAC having $700 million waiting for cities to apply for, then that's something that we need to seriously look at to try to get to try to get those projects done. Lamarck's history is that they've always been very proud of their streets, and they don't like their streets to look unprofessional because they had paved streets back in the 70s when a lot of towns around here didn't. It was their pride and joy. So they get very irate, our voters do, our citizens do, when our streets are looking horrible. And Brown Street is one street. When I talked to a voter Monday, I went on Brown Street and he said that the waste management trucks are so heavy that the patch that the city did last year didn't even hold up. And I know we talked about when I first got on council about getting some type of machine that would go. We never got that machine, I guess. I know we talked about it. I don't know because we didn't get a chance to get it. So maybe that's something we can request from HGAC. When your county commissioner is basically saying, tell me what you want, I think we need to let them know what we want ASAP in a proposal to say, this is what we need. Our city is growing. They know that. And all we can do is ask, you have not because you ask not. And when your county commissioner is saying, look, HGAC has money and Chuck is saying we have money, I think that's something we can look at trying to get because of our growth of the city too. So I know that's one thing I know we need for the potholes and something else that we needed a grain dog. We have it. So we did get that. Okay. But they are watching that. And so that's why I think we need to, especially those older streets like Brown and Jefferson. Now, Jefferson, I agree with you because of the trucks that come back there. We gotta do something different because that is messing with people's cars. Teachers have called me complaining because they go through Jefferson. They used to, but they can't because it's so bad over there. It's messing with the shocks of their cars.
Sure.
Right. So they don't go that way anymore. And there was one more street, but I'm trying to get that resident to tell me her street again that she's concerned with. It's a lot on off of Westwood, especially.
Right.
Yeah.
The streets that's on the list down below there, the A, B, C, and D, that was actually off of the prior street analysis report that got done. Most of those streets never got done.
Right. And
so we were able to just pull that data up. And there are companies we've looked at, Mr. Garcia's looked at it. I've got information where we can get street analysis done. A lot of cities do that. Street evaluation, there's a lot of techniques out there. I don't know that we're at a point where we need that because our streets are in a condition enough that we kind of know which ones to go after. But as you move forward and the streets get to be a higher scoring rating, as they refer to it, it's a matter of knowing what those scores are. And once again, it's traffic volume. A lot of cities don't spend money on streets that don't get traveled a lot. They put their money into the streets where the traveling public is driving makes sense.
And I just had a resident text me, who's listening, said, make sure that both sides of Meadow Lane is done on both sides of Lake Road, Briar Meadow side and the old Meadow Lane as well. So the new side of Meadow Lane and then the old side of Meadow Lane, based on what you're saying. Needs to be redone the streets.
Any more questions on the capital improvement draft?
Yes. So on the streets that need to be done, are there water lines in conjunction with that need to be done in those streets first?
So on major projects, we're always going to be taking a look at both functions, Ryan. We're never going to do a street that we need to do a water line on. Unfortunately, some of the work that got done on this last project, that wasn't done. But from a planning standpoint, I'm thinking with you 1,000%. You got to be taking a look at the full package and what you've got to do there. And right now, sometimes we're doing water lines and maybe the street needs to get done at the same time, but we don't have the funding to do the street. So you don't do the street. The same could happen
Vice
where
versa.
you need to do the street and you don't have the time or the money to do the water line, so we had a leak on Edgar. We tore up some of Bayou already, and we just got done paving these streets, but we didn't replace the Bayou water line.
Right.
And we probably didn't have the money to do. I mean, Bayou was a big paving job. The difference would be if you're doing a mill and overlay on a street, you don't worry so much about the water line, because once again, you're only taking 2 inches off. It's a pretty cheap job. If you're doing a full restoration, like what we want to do on Lake, the Lake project is full restoration. Every pipe under that ground will get replaced. Stormwater pipes will go in. A street will get built with curb, gutter, sidewalks. That's a major job. And you can only bite so many of those off every few years, every year. And you're just not going to be able to, typically you don't do those kind of projects unless you've got some big bond money behind you, where you can do 4, 5, 6 streets like that, because they will cost some money.
I just want to make sure that we're not restoring a street, knowing that 2 years later, we're going to rip up the work we did to replace a water line.
That would be true if you're doing full restoration. Like
So-
say, most of this mill and overlay work that got done on this last project, none of the pipelines were done.
I'm sorry, James, will you finish?
Then in here, it also talked about our sewer and stormwater in conjunction with getting our manhole redone. When are we put out the bids for?
It's out to bid right now. The manhole project's out. The manhole project's out right now, along with the doing some pipeline lining work. So that's on the street right now. And the lift station went out yesterday.
Okay.
4 lift stations.
I'm done.
Just really quickly, Rick, we're talking about Lake Road and a total reconstruction. I'm curious. I think it's a great thing, but I am curious as to how we arrived at Lake Road as a target. Is it because of the amount of vehicles that travel Lake Road? And if that's true, then I would like for you to speak to this newly constructed high school and football stadium and the historically poor condition of Vaucher. And how we might have an opportunity to make that a better street as well. So the first part of the question is, how do we arrive at Lake? Great job, have no problem with Lake, but it does inspire me to think about whether or not we should be looking at Vaucher.
So the Lake Road was actually on the capital CIP when I got here. So I other than the fact that it's sitting there in the CIP list, I don't know that was vetted through this council or a prior council. You're certainly correct. It's a main thoroughfare in the city. Vaucher is getting a crossing over at I-45, as we know. It had one before, evidently. So it hasn't been in existence since I've been with the city, but O'Shea will, they're building that underpass, so. Durow and Newman, same way, they basically in at I-45, but those four streets are all kind of considered major streets in my mind, because certainly because of the high school going in. They've got some weight behind them. So it's really we haven't done any traffic counts since I've been here. That's certainly typically what you would do, is get some traffic count information. But from a governing body standpoint, you have input from residents and your own knowledge as far as what streets we want to really spend the money on sometimes,
Yeah, I think it would be beneficial for us, advantageous for us to actually do a traffic count or potential traffic count with this new high school, because our children are going to school there. And these are also county children, right? Right. The
Right.
county has a vested interest in helping us to repair or restore, rebuild, if you will, streets that county children walk across, parents
Sidewalk.
drive down, right?
No sidewalk.
So I said,
and you need, once again, that's what you're talking about, right? Is building a street, sidewalk storm.
Mhm.
You're
right.
gonna go in there, you're gonna make it,
So
I refer to Cedar again, you're gonna make it a curb and gutter street and.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And so as we think about how we would go about paying for that, again, the county is a vested partner, because teachers and children are traveling this road. And that's pretty important. It is different from maybe one of our primarily residential roads where we have homes and families. This is a road that feeds, again, an education facility. So I would think that if we would get our ducks in a row, we would then be able, through this council, perhaps Councilwoman Yancey has started a dialogue with Commissioner Armstrong, maybe have a few ideas that they might be able to help us with, especially when it comes to roads around our school.
A brand new school.
Brand new school.
Yes, sir.
The other thing, Mayor, that my constituents are concerned with is that the traffic from Amazon on Delaney Road, and I know we had talked about doing a traffic study in 2024, but they're asking for a traffic study to be done in fall of this year, because the Lake City Amazon did not open. So that means the Marque Amazon has taken all that volume. And originally, Amazon was supposed to take their trucks off the other edge, which that's what they told us, but they're not. They're coming through that main intersection, those areas. So I would like to get a meeting together, Cesar, with Amazon executives to talk about that traffic flow and get a traffic study done so we can see about getting a light there as they have requested. And that's something I think we need to seriously look at this year.
I wanted to drill down as we talk, Rick, about the idea of municipalities, their size, and doing what they do well, and perhaps finding alternative solutions to things that they don't do well. A city our size is more likely than not to do poorly when it comes to street maintenance. Just doesn't work well with cities our size. Is there a potential for us to perhaps outsource the street maintenance portion of our operation? I don't know that we do it well. Again, we're looking for options. We're looking for ideas on the council. What does that look like?
So, I mean, we certainly are not at an expertise level where we could do any amount of typical paving work right now. I mean, that's far off. When I worked up in the Dallas area, I worked for a city up there, they had a lay down machine. And the short period of time I worked there, a little bit over a year or so, I never saw it in operation. I mean, the guys just didn't use it. They had a hot box machine for patching, but kind of like what you were mentioning yesterday, I believe, it's an expertise, that's why we looked at that asphalt zipper, because a lot of smaller cities are using that because it's able to tear up pavement 8 to 10 inches deep. We're still got to bring somebody in to pave on them because we don't have the ability to pave it. So we've got an asphalt contractor coming in to pave that street. But we did do a full depth restoration on it, which was a lot better than doing a 2-inch mill and overlay.
We did what?
We tore up 8 to 10 inches of that street on Bonning when we used. because
When you
we're-
say we, you mean we as the city of Lamar,
We had our crews out there. Yes, sir. Brad was.
8 inches?
Yes, sir, 8 to 10 inches. Brad was operating the loader. That zipper loads, it actually loads onto a loader bucket. So it's not like it's got its own power. We powered the equipment with our loader. And Brad drove the loader. It was a big piece of equipment. It took him a little while to get the hang of it, but he did. We did fine. But like I said, we got to bring somebody back in. So when you're talking about asphalt work, we're able to do, the basic patchwork, which generally is a pretty good idea to do internally because
Yeah.
we can respond quickly.
Yeah.
I mentioned yesterday that we started using a product. It's actually bagged asphalt. Works very nice. Goes in nice. It's easy to use. The guys can go out and respond to potholes 1 or 2 at a time. If we get somebody calling with a bad one, we don't need to load up bulk material. You just throw a couple bags in the truck. That's become real popular with a lot of cities for potholes. But when you're talking about the next step of maintenance, whether it's chip seal or mill and overlay, you're generally going to be talking contractor work.
Any more questions for Rick as it relates to capital improvement?
I just want to make a couple of comments. So I like this for me personally, but is there something that we can do? We've got several people in our town that do project management and they can make big signs and stuff and they can hold us to task. If we decide this is the direction we're going with the 5-year plan and we could put the 5-year plan out for citizens to look at out in our hallway and we can put a green stick pin when we started, red stick pin when it stopped and done complete. That way we can be held to task here at council for what our plans are and what direction we go
Sure.
once we approve this.
We're working, I'm actively working with Josh on getting a better capital project page on our website. We've talked about, there's a couple ways of doing it. Some cities do it with a map. A little bit about, so you look at the map of the city, where's the projects going on, what's the cost, what's the timeline? We should be doing things like that.
yeah,
That's
that would-
absolutely what we're working on. And
That would
whether,
be-
if you want to do it on a board too, we can.
Yeah, just something that when they come in, because not everybody uses the app on their phone that we have, because I got the alert, hey, the city of Lamarck now has an app, please go download it. But something they can walk in and look at and hold us to task. We said we're going to start this. They may not know where project sub area 7 is for water line replacement and what the priority 1 or 2 is and where it's going to be at on the map. That way, but they know if you put Grafton Street is going to start on this date, this length of pipe, this size, and they can hold us to task that you either started on time, you might start early, you got done early. Just to make sure that we are being held accountable for what we say we're going to do.
Absolutely. And and Mr. Garcia mentioned it, and unfortunately, the water section is a little weak, but generally speaking, on the water line, and I think we've had these discussions before, there's about $25 to $30 million worth of 2-inch water lines to get done. Right now, we've got slated in money that we've received for about $4 million, which is doing a portion of water lines in District D. We've got a request in for additional funding through the Texas Water Development Board. That's a popular program for infrastructure funding, both for water and sewer. There's some possibilities of getting some forgiveness with that loan. We won't know until later this fall. The city most likely will be on that list. The money's there. So then after after that process, it's a matter of taking it to the next step of applying for the application, actually applying for the loan, making that decision. We put in $10 million for water and $10 million for wastewater. Is what we've got right now. And that money's in this plan, in this 5-year plan. With no commitment. I mean, there's no commitment on the city's part. There's no commitment even to complete the loan.
So in other words, that whatever would happen, if the city would have to enter into some sort of obligation, it would have to come through this council for approval.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Any more questions about capital improvement?
I just have one question.
Go ahead, Mike.
I know we restriped out here at Bayou, and there was another street that we restriped, but Delaney was on there too,
It is.
and it still hasn't been done.
It's getting ready to go to bed. We really don't have the money.
I thought we had money to do 3 streets. That's what I was told. We had money.
Yeah,
to
we
do
had
3
20,
streets.
I think that the budget last year in R&M for streets was like $25,000. That doesn't get much work done. We blew through that pretty fast. You just, so and the bond money wasn't really slated to do street work. We were able to use some of the bond money. I'm trying to tie some of the bond money back to stormwater because the 2020 bond money was actually the bulk of it was actually used to use wastewater treatment plant, but then we ended up getting the GLO loan. So that left, we had about $4 to $5 million sitting in bond money right now from the 2020 bond. This is 2023. So we got money sitting there from 3 years ago that I've been encouraging us to spend. Not that I want to spend your money, but we purposely borrowed that money to do projects, right? So that the idea is to get some of these projects done that we need to do using that bond money, because that's what it was for, right?
Right.
It wasn't used to stripe streets, however. So right now we're struggling. I'm aware of Delaney. We've also got some phone calls on Cedar too. Cedar's bad. Delaney's bad.
Right now, Delaney looks like Bayou used to look.
Yeah, it's bad. There's no doubt about it. And I've got plenty of calls on Delaney, but it's not like I have the money sitting in the budget for 12 is already in the red, and I got 2 months left. So there's not really funding there to do that. I can get the funding via the city manager because he can pull the strings, but
So here's the issue of this part of the conversation. And this frustrates residents and has nothing to do with anything other than us getting projects done. So there have been COs that have been passed, bonds that have been passed, monies that have been earmarked for certain infrastructure improvements, and county monies and other monies, related or even COVID related monies have arrived in our coffers in the fund of grant appropriations. The maddening thing is we still have bond monies and CO monies that we have not used. Now, let's be clear so that the entire city and all of our residents would know you can't use bond money to operate the day-to-day operations of a municipality. So just because there are bond monies that are unspent does not mean you can take that bond money from a designated street repair and pay a police officer. You cannot do that. You can't pay a light bill. But what you can do is you can make major or even minor infrastructure improvements if the bond or the CO delineates that you can.
you're correct.
So, having said that, to lay the foundation, why aren't we using those approved monies to do infrastructure improvements? Why is that money still sitting there? We can't use it to balance the budget. We can't use it to pay salaries. We can't use it to buy fuel, but we can use it to make lasting infrastructure improvements. Why is that money still there?
I don't know that I have a good answer for you, sir. I think we're trying to get projects that we can work through that bond money. And we do have some projects, but I've been somewhat frustrated with that.
So
myself, I guess.
So here's the deal. Here's the deal as I think about this. ARPA money and other monies, HGAG monies,
Opiate money,
or what,
opiate
opiate money,
settlement.
monies, Councilwoman Yancey is adding to the conversation. All of these monies, we're sitting on these monies. And again, we can't run the day-to-day operations of our city, but we can use these dollars to acquire equipment pieces and to start projects that would benefit our entire city. For example, we've been asking for a pothole repair machine since before you even knew about Lamarck. We've been asking for a mosquito control machine. Our residents on a regular basis, even though they know the health district sprays, they still clamor for extra sprays because the mosquitoes in this part of our county can be a nuisance. And that's a weak word for them. And the council and the community all have said they want to look at this, right?
Right.
So since we're talking about capital improvements, I think that this is one of the things that's causing heartburn in our community. We're sitting on money, but we're not, and we've had a capital improvement committee.
Right.
We've had discussions, but we've not yet pulled or drew down or acquired any long-lasting pieces of equipment or even any projects to make.
So I'll review some just so we don't leave it hanging too much, I guess. I think the original bond was like 10 million. So some of it did get used at the wastewater treatment plant. The work for the Greyhound tank, which we now refer to as 2004 tank, was part of that bond money. There's, like I said, we've got some projects that we're looking at doing. The Main Street water line project, we've got that tied to the bonds. The engineering is getting done on that right now. Attico's doing the engineering work. That water line projects is just a little bit under $1 million. The only funding source we have for that water line is that bond. That's how that water line's getting done. There's a couple items coming to you. Go ahead, sir.
I was gonna say, if I could chime in, Rick's got 3 items that he just submitted.
Yeah, I
Yesterday.
was going there.
But that would be coming before you for consideration to utilize some of those items. I haven't reviewed them yet, but they are, assuming that they're applicable, those would be 3. And also on our mind, it took some time for us to find out legally if we could use those funds, but some of those funds were also allocated to make up the difference. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, for the drainage project that's off of Cedar and West Lawn.
Yes, we can use, and when we came to council, we talked about using, I think that I do have some pleasant information to tell you about that too. I guess I can, but anyway, I think the city earmarked about $500,000 to finish that West Lawn project.
600.
So that was also out of that
Up
bond
to
money.
600.
The bond money was strictly for water, wastewater, and storm sewer. So that's why we were able, we went back to bond council. Finance has a little concern with that when I brought that up with them, but the West Lawn project is basically a stormwater project. So it's a storm sewer project. So when you get into the wheel of or terminology of sewer, that was one of the issues we ran onto with the Wisteria project. That application we put in specifically had to say storm sewer and not storm water. Storm sewer is pipe work similar to sanitary sewer. So when you're dealing with open channels, but if you're dealing with conduits, you're dealing with storm sewer. So anyway, it's all terminology, but as Mr. Garcia said, we do have some other projects coming up. So we're actively trying to spend the rest of this $5 million. The half of it's been spent. I know some of it was spent early on at the wastewater treatment plant as far as some, I think the Headworks project that got done by Precision, the 1764 pump station upgrade may have been in that also, but I'd have to double check that.
So Mayor, we have been bringing some of these forward, maybe not as quickly as we all would like, including ourselves included. It took some time for us to figure out where we stood, what we were allowed to do. Some of the reasons these bonds were sought
And there was
for.
the delay management too.
Right.
You know,
I mean, there's been quite a few things,
COVID
but
came in there.
we are indeed now moving forward to bring you these projects. I mean, we brought you several, and like I said, Rick just this week, and he's already clamoring, asking me to hurry up and review them so we can get them on this next agenda. I will get to them as soon as possible. And once I review them, they go through finance and legal for final review. You will have them on this. I think there's 2 or 3 coming out of that process.
So let me just respond in a way that would probably be more advisory and helpful. This is why I asked Tuesday for the unspent grant proceeds from the 8 outstanding because the council needs to know this, right? Because we are the representatives of the people. And while I trust you, Rick, and I think that you're gonna do a bang up job on these projects, we totally get it. I get it. That's not even a concern of mine. But if we had known, where those monies were, and we had known what those monies were earmarked for, then the council, as the elected body of this community, could have put our heads together to see what the community is asking for, and then we would have been able to prioritize what those next improvements would be, right? That's why it was important for us to see we have $2.5 million and it can be used on the storm sewer system or wastewater, whatever it was going to be used on. So we can discuss together. So you can say, council, these are the areas that have brought most concern to our department. And we can say, okay, and also these are the areas that have brought the most concern to our community, right? So that we would make sure that we would be collaborating with what you say is best, but also with what our community is saying that they want. That's a potential missed opportunity. And that's why we wanted to have those accounts with those numbers so that we can walk through that together.
And I think that's important. I mean, Mr. Garcia has been adamant about, and rightfully so, we need a 5-year, we need a capital plan, which is what we're presenting to you today. The capital plan actually goes out 15 years. So we have the ability to forecast that far in advance. It's somewhat of a crystal ball at that point, but it's typically what we run off of is known that we can look that far down the road, because these major projects are not going to get done in 5 years. All the water line probably won't get done in 5 years.
Yeah.
So you're able to look down the road a little bit farther and say, where do we see ourselves in 10 years or 15 years?
Yeah. Any more questions for Rick as it relates to capital improvement?
The water tower that's off of Stonewall, are we going to do, because it's not operational, right?
The ground storage tank is not, you're correct.
Right.
Right.
So what are our plans for that? Because that resident is very, very concerned. They just moved here, and the last 2 years of moving here has been absolutely horrendous because of the way that it looks. It looks unprofessional, and the smell and the water that collects there and the horrible mosquitoes.
So there's a few facilities that we've got earmarked that you Stonewall certainly one of them. So at Stonewall, the well was taken out some years ago. I don't have the exact date. The ground storage tank's not needed anymore. That is one of our older elevated storage tanks that we've actually got slated for replacement. It's in the capital improvement plan, it's just not on the documents that you've got, but Stonewall needs to get redone. And
So
we're
can
gonna
we
have
get
a
that
structural
redone?
engineer, and that's the elevated tank. So in
Right.
order to take down the ground storage tank, the other one that I see as a real big eyesore is the one that's on Bayou. And that one's leaking too. So Bayou, that's some of our water loss, because we've probably got water going in that tank that we can't stop from going in. Bayou's wells down here, also on the east side of Bayou, needs to get abandoned. So in order to truly abandon a well, the state still has that well on their books. So we need to go in, spend some money, cap that well. It's gotta be capped. And we can abandon that well property, but then across the street is that whole area over there, which is city property, which is somewhat of a nightmare, and we have to try to maintain it as well as we can. That tank also needs to come down and come out of there. So both those tanks. the
So we
Stonewall tank
acknowledge
and-
that.
Right.
My question is, what is the timeline for that?
We don't have a timeline because I don't have the money. Once again, we can take a look at funding those kind of projects, but they're not right now, they're not in a funding project.
So that's another example of talking to Commissioner Armstrong and to Chuck at HCAT to find, or even environmental agencies that may have grant funds to get rid of those type of things, right? Because we don't have the money is not an excuse, right? We've got to find the money. We've got to, and there are resources out there for us to get them, even though we know it may take a while, at least we can give some hope, right? That this is something that we're applying for, we're looking into this, and we hope to, right now, all I can do is listen to them complain and call and say, I don't know. And that's just not good enough, sir.
No, it's not. I agree. I mean, and that's fortunately what Mr. Garcia and I talk about all the time. I bring that up a lot, that a lot of these issues like you're bringing about has been here for years, right?
Right,
And so, you got new management, new people kind of working on it. Believe me, Stonewall's on the top of my list.
Right.
It's been talked about, but it's going to take some planning and some funding because it's going to cost money, whether we borrow the money, we get it free or whatever, it's going to cost money to take these tanks down.
Well, there are two new terms that are coming out. They're called economic violence and environmental violence that are typically happens in low income areas. And those are things that we need to be concerned about because those terms are, that's happening because that people have complained about that for a long time.
Probably so.
And if that's the language that we have to utilize to get HGAC and our county commissioners to know we need help because it's going to be an environmental issue, right? Then that's something that we may need to do. And I'll do my best to advocate for that as well, because he's come here already 3 times and just this year, and he's still not having any relief at all. So we've got to come up with an answer.
I could also two things. One, I'm about to get copies for you of the updated bond without the balances. So at least you know what the bonds were for. So you have that was asked for. I'm working on the balances. If I have it for today, you'll have it. You'll have printed copies in your hands. We'll share in a second. But also, as we do that, Rick, can you talk about, since we're talking about the Stonewall tank, let's talk about the pressure, the height of it, and some of the things that we've discussed lately about potentially adding better pressure for the city by some changes to that tank.
So a little overview. The pressure we've got coming in from Gulf Coast Water Authority, at least at Orchid site, is 85 PSI, 80 to 85 PSI. Our pressure in the city runs between 50 to 55 PSI.
Mhm.
So why is the pressure low? The pressure is based on tank height. That's all it is. All of our tanks are the same height. So at
We got short tanks.
50 to 54 at 50 to 54 PSI, our tanks are full of water. If we keep pushing water into the system, those water tanks overflow.
Okay.
But we
So we
can't
build-
build, so you can't build pressure. You have to build pressure in a system by having taller tanks. So if we do Stonewall tank, one of the considerations is to actually construct it higher,
Okay.
which would give us more pressure. We would have to put control valves on the other 2 tanks, which are commonly done, where they would not overflow. They would fill up, and then the remaining water in the system would keep filling into that Stonewall tank. As it does that, it actually builds pressure in the systems.
So we take out the short tank and rebuild a larger, higher tank, and that will help with pressure.
We could get
throughout-
to say 60 to 65. We might be able to get to 70 PSI, depending on the height of the tank.
That sounds like a plan.
If we remember when we discussed this, we said that our 3 priorities were going to be water quality, or excuse me, water loss, water quality, and then water pressure. We have discussed, when we get to utilities, we'll talk a bit about water loss, but we're definitely addressing the quality, which is shown through what we're receiving and what's coming out at the taps through some of our tests. We're getting better at that. Still a long ways to go. Once we get this 2-inch water line replacement going a little bit faster. Second capacity of that is having to do with the other side of it, which was water quality, water pressure, and then obviously water loss. We'll talk more about water loss in a second. This Still being reviewed. This is a tally that we received from the folks that we received on Tuesday. I just got it right now, so I haven't fully reviewed. I'm still finding out exactly what the bond that was issued, I guess, on January 7th, 2020. I don't have that breakdown yet. That's why that's not shown there. Looks like 1 point, it's probably here in front of me.
I think it's 1.2.
1.2. I don't have that description yet, but I wanted us to have that. So it's a little bit easier to see. So everything else to the right there shows you what it's for. So back to the point we were making, one of the things with this is what else can we do, with these funds? For example, some of the descriptions, bond purpose are a little bit broad. We want to make sure whatever we spend, whatever we solicit to do, that it would be applicable. Similar to what took us some time to make sure we could get the $600,000 that we're going to now put towards the project down the street on Cedar and West Lawn. The next step for this is going to be obviously to put down the last audited balance at the end of last year, and then also add projects that you have approved this fiscal year, and then any proposed projects that are coming down the pike that we just need to present to you. Then you'll have a more accurate picture of here's what our balance is now, here's what we've encumbered this year, and then here's what we expect to bring before you.
Let's say this report, I appreciate it. If I understood correctly, your 2014, your 2016, max is 5 years. That's 21. That would be 2019. 5 years. The 2017, he said we had between 3 up to 5 years to spend, utilize unspent dollars.
Mhm.
If not, that reverts to pay down the debt.
Mhm.
And then I don't understand. It says outstanding par and the hundreds.
Mayor Pro Tem, and I'm so sorry. I've got a lot of questions about this too. I literally received it right now as I was up here.
And I
But
appreciate that.
those are all some of my similar
I'm looking
questions.
at it and I just don't understand. It's not giving me a quick and easy to say, this is what's remaining in of the bond amount. But by the way, the audited report had some bonds that went back to 2013. And
12,
I would
2012.
this speaks to my hope, and I'll just say this, as we reorganize the financial department, is that we have and seek a CPA for that role that we can look for, hold to a license, hold to a level of accountability that we do with, say, our city attorney. And because I've really let too much get by on the finance side. We don't have monthly finance reports, and all these things that we've spoken about should be before us on a regular basis. And with that, I apologize. I normally don't get headaches. I have a bad one. I'm gonna go home. Okay.
Very good. Feel better.
I got some,
Go ahead, Mike.
looking at this report, the 2018 bond. The purpose was to fund a public safety bill.
That's the fire station.
Was that the fire station?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, I thought I had a solution for the police department, but I guess not. I tried.
I know, I think that was Tink had like 4 things that he wanted approved under here. It's, I think that's a collection of different projects.
And
Yeah.
I'll make sure I provide that full list.
I think so. Council, do we have any more questions for Rick as it relates to capital improvement? Very good. We are council at about 3:30. I would suggest we take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 3:40 with the city manager's budget. We are back in session at
3:47.
3:47. We are going to allow Rick to remain so that we can have a discussion on the capital improvements / enterprise and any other relevant discussions.
Certainly, we talked at length about where we are with capital improvements. We talked about public works quite a bit. Utilities. Rick, real quick, before we transition into the last part of your side of presentation, we'll get you out of here. Can you talk about what your experience has been with leaks so far this year? Let's talk a little bit about how you've been addressing water loss and then how that plays a picture in the entirety. Because we heard earlier this morning from Ms. Venetia, one side of things was we have more users. We have roughly 457 new users. So I believe we're hovering at 7,642, if I'm not mistaken, is around the number that I believe we're hovering. How does that correlate to what we've dealt with leaks, how much more we've had to spend, especially in the last probably 90 days in leak repair, and how you're handling that in-house versus out-of-house with some contractor?
Well, we're pleased to see the numbers coming down. We've been running last year's intake from Gulf Coast Water was pushing about 90 million a month. We had a couple months at over 100 million. For the last 3 months, we've been down around 60 million as far as we're bringing in. So that's about a 30 million gallon a day or month drop in what we're bringing in. We're selling right now about 40 to 45 million, 43 to 45 million gallons.
Rick, can I ask you to pause right there for those that are listening? I want to just take a moment and pause if we can. At one point, we were purchasing between 90 and 100 million gallons of water per month. Okay, but we're only billing 40, or roughly. This is where the 60 to 61% water loss number comes in. Okay, that's where that number came in. Some of the things that are going on now, our billing has changed. It's gone up slightly, I'm assuming, with the new account, correct? Not a lot, obviously, for small.
As far as our sales, yes.
Yes, sir. So our sales have increased, and again, I have numbers in front of you specifically, but our sales have increased above the 40, yet our expense, right, how much we're pretty much using from Gulf Coast Water Authority has dropped by 30 to 33. So if we put that in perspective, essentially our water loss has dropped significantly. It's a significant water loss drop. Now, I would like more time to make sure that it is steady, it is consistent, that it's not some type of fluke or anything else. That's why we don't want it. We want to have the data specifically to report. But if this stays true, we're talking about us being in the range of the 30% water loss versus the 60 that we were hovering at, the high 50s to the low 60s. Further, that's going to bode very well towards what we would need to do on the utility side. So I think that's very important for us to look at. Essentially, we're paying for less water, we're consuming, we're charging for a little bit more, which is reducing that number even more. And that's a testament to what you've done. Now, how have you been able to manage that? You could talk about the leaks themselves and what you've been able to accomplish.
Well, right now we have quite a few leaks on us, but I mean, it's just a matter of trying to get the leaks fixed quicker. Right now, I mean, we generally run 20, 25 leaks any given time. We have a tough time getting, I think we got down to 12 here a while back, but that was as low as I've seen it.
So that's
Then the warm weather
25
came and everything started breaking.
so 20 to 25 leaks per week, per month.
Per, we have, per month, we have well over 50. Yeah, per month.
Some weeks, depending on where we are, that can balloon the 80s, right? Some weeks it's a little bit different. The understanding of what's happening underground is very important. What happens with the weight of water, right? As water is flowing through our pipes, there is a weight scenario on what that entails. Ray, could you explain the weight of water as it's moving through some of our pipes and why we need to move forward as fast as possible with our continuation of our 2-inch water line replacement? What is waterway on these old pipes as it's moving through per gallon?
Well, yeah, we were discussing that. I mean, one of the problems with the older pipes, I mean, they basically can break easily because of force of water, because water weighs 8.5 pounds. And as we're shutting things off, or we have other water leaks, that causes movement in the pipes. So it's really the force of water that's hitting up against these other pipes. And sometimes we're fixing a pipe and we're trying to get that line back online, and we get that pipe fixed and it breaks again. We replaced an entire block on the east side of town between Prune and Orange. We actually have a water line sitting above ground over there right now, emergency feed for those residents. Because every time the guys were reclamping that pipe and shutting or turning that water back on, getting the pressure back on that line, it would break another spot. Just a bad piece of pipe. So, I mean, we deal with that a few times. We've had, that's like the third occasion that's happened since I've been here, you know, where we just have multiple pipe failures and the pipes just completely deteriorated and it can't take the pressure or the force. We have used contractors. We've struggled a little bit with having our own crews. We had an equipment operator. He was discharged because of some violation issues. So we've got another one coming on board, but we have used contractors a fair amount to stay on top of these leaks. That bill's running $350,000 to $500,000 on using a contractor fixing water leaks for this year. But it's better than having a water leak. I mean, we need to fix the pipes. And then sometimes we've got, you know, system pressure problems. People don't have water, you know, they're out of water. We had a bad water leak off of Main Street here 4 weeks ago, where people didn't have water all night. We gave them bottled water. We went and got bottled water, gave them water to get through the night, but we couldn't fix that main until we couldn't fix that pipe till the morning.
So maybe the county can help us on that as well, since we found out in the paper today that they're gonna open up a facility next to the coroner's office where they're gonna have mental patients and families right next door. So maybe that's something we need to talk to them about, because a lot of our big breaks are over there on that side of town too.
Off
Yes,
the
I
new
thought-
facility off of Oak.
Right,
Mhm.
that they're talking about turning that into a,
That's a problem area over there. I mean, it's older, it's got a lot of smaller pipes, a lot of them is in backyard easements, it's tough to get to, tough to fix.
well, maybe they'll help us find some funds to fix that area, since that's gonna be one of their major, I think they're working with Gulf Coast, Health Center or something like that for that facility.
Yeah,
But just a
we're
thought.
aware of that development and working on MOU with Gulf Coast. They want us to wait for that announcement to be made before formally
That
moving
that
forward.
may be some leverage,
Um,
get some leaks fixed.
On that note, last thing before we finish and wrap up, I know everybody's probably exhausted. Update on some of the projects that you've got working now, rapid fire, I guess, for the sake of time. Texas Ave water line project that goes from 45 to Amburn.
It's, that one's in, it's done, it's been approved, it's loaded, running. Attico's finishing the phase 2s of that, will take water line on down Newman. And that'll run south towards I-45 and then cross over. Eventually, we'll tie that water line back into Stonewall. That's a major feed line that we need for that section of town. It ties into the 12-inch water main that goes underneath I-45. So it kind of ties the systems together. We only have a few pipes that go under I-45 that connects the west system to the east system. As you know, or you may not know, but I think you know, but we bring water in from Gulf Coast from 2 points. One is over off of north of 1765 off of Orchid and Fifth. The other take point is on 1764, actually in Santa Fe, where our facility is at over there. So we've got the ability to bring water in from Gulf Coast and from both places. The 1764 station is actually getting rehabbed right now because that's the one that had the pump problems. But at that facility, Gulf Coast actually drops water into a groundwater storage tank we have to regenerate that or repressurize that water with our pumps. The water that comes in at Orchid is actually coming in under pressure.
Next one, same location, the sidewalks that are going, that we working with Tech Talk to get, that are gonna go from 45 on Texas Ave all the way down to Vaucher on our side of the street, and then on the other side from Texas Ave to Amburn. Go.
They've already had pre-construction on that project. I don't know the exact date to tell you right now, but I know it's close. They were waiting for us to get out of there with the water line work, which we have. So that's a TxDOT project that should be, I'll get the date for you, sir, but they should be, starting to move on that here within the next 4 to 6 weeks, I would think. The Main Street sidewalk project is slated to go out to bid in December. So they need us to get that water line in on Main Street. And Attico's about done with that engineering, so that'll be going out to bid. And you will notice Main Street's been realigned right now. I will tell you that realignment's going to be there for about 18 months to 2 years. So the realignment at 519 and Lake is a huge project. That's part of the TxDOT I-45 project, but
You said how long
18 months to 2 years.
from now?
So
Base will be out there Monday putting in the pipe. So Base Construction is actually a subcontractor that works under Williams Brothers on the I-45 project. Base Construction is doing water line relocations. So they are working on the Main Street water line from I-45 to Irene. And they'll get that section done. That's as far as they're running. Then we're going to pick up from Irene and run all the way to 12th Street, which is where our interconnect is at for Gulf Coast Water Authority.
and that's a project that's already been brought before you that you've already approved, that we're working on, hopefully bringing that back out to bid soon.
Being paid for with bonds.
Correct. I know we talked about the playground project. Those should be completed here in the next couple of weeks for those 3 playgrounds when it comes
Actually,
to
they're
parks.
by you right now, sir.
Okay,
They'll be done almost today.
excellent,
They'll be done by tomorrow. They're moving quick.
excellent. Just finished the road project, water tank project that is done, that is now complete. Some of the things that we've accomplished this fiscal year already. We talked about Stonewall a little bit, and I just want to plant that seed for us to start thinking about that, if that's the direction that you wish to go, as we make more advancements on these 2-inch water line projects. The thought process is once we get to the third of those priorities, which was to take care of the pressure in the city, it would entail for us to possibly for Stonewall to make that a more of an elevated tank to address some of those pressure situations. So the project for the all the GLO projects, obviously, we're bringing the bid in fruition. Talks to us about the other project that talks about the 2-inch water lines in District D. Where are we on that project?
We're waiting for the GLO contract. Should be here by fall, September. Once the contract signed, theoretically, we have the money. We got the check awarded a few weeks back, but we don't have a GLO contract in hand yet for that project.
So for those that are asking, why haven't we started? What happened? We received that. I wanted to be clearly known that we cannot start or begin the process until we bring the contract for execution for you to formally receive that. We received a ceremonial check where we have Miss Buckingham was actually there in person, Ms. Dawn Buckingham. So Rick was there, and actually Mayor Pro Tem was there also to receive the check. The picture is actually in the back. But just when we received the ceremonial check does not mean that we actually have the green light to go. We need a formal contract brought to you for execution. That is a $4 million grant opportunity that we've received that will specifically address 2-inch water line project that you approved for us to go after in District D in those 2 zones. In addition to that, we have quite a few other applications out that hopefully we'll share some exciting news with that later, as well as 3 sidewalk applications that were recently submitted for Bayou Road, Texas Ave, as well as Delaney Road for consideration. And hopefully we're selected there soon. Anything else, Rick? I know I probably missed about one or two projects, but
Well, those are the big ones we've got going right now. The wastewater treatment plant designs probably September. The lift station, we have 4 lift stations out there doing the lift station in packages because one of it's, we want to make sure we can hit the numbers on cost. We talked about the fact that the original funding we had for these projects will probably not be enough to do the complete projects. So we're taking a look at pinpointing ideally which ones we need to do. The original loan had all the lift stations in there, but I don't believe we're going to be able to hit all the lift stations per se.
to your point earlier, Councilman Ross, these are the type of projects we need to do a better job articulating as we've started with this CIP plan, but your idea of putting something up, but also having something on the website, something that Rick is working with JB on to try to get out. But wanted to conclude that update report with that information as an update of where we are, kind of highs and lows of the year with public works, utilities, streets, shops, capital improvement, and all the things that we're working on. All right. Thank you, Rick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rick. I didn't know if you had anything else.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I'm just looking at the this schedule with that you gave us on the blue paper. And I see boards and commissions had not been brought before council, finance, economic development, hot tax, hotel occupancy tax. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to talk about the schedule a little bit.
Okay.
I know economic development and the hot tax discussion was postponed just because our EDC director is not here for the last few days. He's been a little bit under the weather. He asked if we could delay his presentation until he returns next week. As well as some of the chairs from our boards and commissions asked for a later presentation time as well. So you'll be hearing from them next week.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I could turn everyone's attention to page here. Page 16 discusses our revenue side, our city manager side. The only two additions that are in our package, and I'll go over them in a second when I go over this other item as well, was to get some additional help in the form of.
Page,
Starts on 16
okay,
and it goes through page 23.
Okay.
The only additional items that we have in there is salaries for two folks to come and help us assist with the understanding that we may not be able to get both, but wishful thinking as far as need, we were told to make sure that to get all the needs in here. We've had a lot of requests for programming and a lot of requests for projects. These two requests identify both of those, one for a program manager, one for a project coordinator, to help along with both of those requests. Those will be listened to later on when we talk about how we're going to decide on these packages. Besides that, as we talked earlier, our office is now taking over PIO's office as far as bringing that together. We are working on separating it into its own division, as was asked of us on Tuesday. But at the time of reflection, obviously, this is how it was when we put it together. As we continue on that one, I guess I'll pause there. Any specific questions on city manager's side on anything in that budget, it's particular to our office?
Is this what we're looking at too, this page?
We're going to go to that in a second.
Okay.
We're going to go to all that in just a second.
You're talking about page 16. The budget book.
Yes, ma'am. Any questions about city manager's office to be discussed specifically?
go ahead, James, come on. James, come to the microphone so that the public can hear your question. Thank you.
James Overstein, 2012 Giordano. I talked to Alex earlier. He said he's hearing in his office. I guess he'll come if we call him.
Who's that?
Alex,
Alex?
Yeah, he says, I'm here and in my office. I just texted him.
Yeah, if we can, what time is it?
4 o'clock.
Council, do we want to request him to come down for 4:30?
I can be done with all my stuff before.
Yeah,
then,
he
sir.
says he feels much better than he did earlier in the week.
He was sick, it sounds
Yeah.
like, but he's better.
Yeah, but
Very
he'll
good.
come if we want him.
Sure, sure. We can, if he can be here at 4:30, we can visit with him.
And
Absolutely.
if we don't finish, obviously.
Yeah, we can continue on if we don't finish. Sure. Thank you for that, James. Caesar, were you speaking?
I was just saying if there's any questions
Oh,
about that
okay.
specifically. I know if Mr. Olstein or anybody had a question. Or move on to the-
Does anybody have any questions for Caesar as it relates to the city manager's budget?
Not at this time.
This moment.
Okay, Caesar, proceed.
Thank you. If I could now call your attention.
He'll be here at 4:30.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, Mr. Osteen. If I could call your attention to 26, page 26. That's where we start our HR section. You notice on there, no real significant changes on there. Due to budget cuts and so forth in this past year and some staff turnover, those numbers are based on what we project them to be for this next year. We have brought back an addition to the budget to help accommodate us in our search for a new HR director. And I'm hopeful if I can extend an offer here within the next few days to a candidate. Besides that, there are no real substantive changes in the HR side. I don't entertain any questions on that end.
This human resources department, if you will,
Yes, sir.
you were looking at an increase in the human resources coordinator. Would this person be a coordinator?
Yes, sir. That's the direction that we were in. We would like to address that as a reclass to a director. We feel that that is a possibility to do that either at the manager level or eventually the director level instead of a coordinator. But as it's shown there, there is under line item 1010, there was adding that amount back. Originally, last year's budget, due to our constraints, we were only able to bring a certain amount. We have cast our net a little bit wider, and we feel strongly that this amount will be able to allow us to achieve that.
So, yeah, so what I'm asking you is what is the proposal is 131,000. What's the other position in that? line item?
That position that's in there is also encompassed of Ms. Debbie, our city receptionist, who is allocated under that project, under that division as well. It's allocated under that section. Ms. Debbie serves multiple hats. We don't have an HR generalist, if you will, and she also serves in that capacity, if you will, as our receptionist. In the future, with our growth, I think it's been supported for us to have an HR generalist in the future, separate from a receptionist. But I am conducive to the fact that we probably need to pace that a little bit.
As you go through, Caesar, what a lot of, I won't say a lot. I'm sure that there are several positions that are outdated and antiquated in their job function. And I would even go as far as saying many of those positions aren't filled right now. And so what I would do if I were you is I would take those monies from those positions and I would try to repurpose as many of those positions as I possibly can. If you have positions that, for example, we visited with Benicia earlier, where we clearly can see the trend on paying for utilities and for water service in our community is online. And yet we have utility billing customer service representatives that we employ. The idea is that we would repurpose positions that are no longer consistent with the way of life in Lamarque. That doesn't mean that they change departments necessarily. That just means that that we realize where our services have become outdated and we repurpose. And if we do that, we might be able to find the resources to have a dedicated human resources assistant who will act as the receptionist and who will assist the human resources. I assume at some point will be the human resources director.
Yes, sir.
Any questions for Caesar as it relates to the human resources department?
So the reception, where is that in the, on this? What page? The reception job.
So it's first shown on page 24 under the staffing chart. And then it is reflected on page 26 under line item 1010 as a portion of the 131,609 we're requesting. It is part of that.
1010.
Yes, ma'am. That's shaded in gray. 131,609.
I'm gonna need you to come show me, because I'm not understanding where her position is.
It's tied into this amount from this line item. This amount encompasses the HR, in this case, coordinator. The coordinator and the actual receptionist. Because they're called.
Okay.
That's a total, combined total.
So where's her separately by herself?
It's not shown there separately by herself. We don't have any
So-
specific people shown by themselves under the budget
Okay,
like that, but.
yeah. So how much is typically? I would like to see the separation of it if you can. And I know this is the new software system, right? Y'all can customize it.
We will be able to add line items and edit them separation.
Yeah, because that just kind of lets me know exactly where they are and, yeah, that would help me be able to make a better decisions if they're, separated.
Yes, ma'am.
Any more questions for the city manager as it relates to human resources?
I think you wanted to go to this right here, right? His department, I guess.
Are you done with you have other departments you want to cover?
Just
before we do that,
finance is
right?
next.
Okay.
Finance is next, and
Let's
then
do
we can go
finance.
straight to that.
Okay.
What page, finance?
Thank you. Page 30.
30, okay. So right off, Caesar, we see that finance from 2022 to 2023, we see roughly a $92,000 increase in salary. We would like for you to explain that to us. And then there is a jump in your proposed budget to $417,914, which is a 27% increase in that one line item. So we went from 2022, 201,000. Now you're not proposing because it's not a proposed budget, but you are you've identified $417,914 worth of salary. Do tell.
Certainly. Mayor, before I answer that question, Councilwoman Yancey had a quick question that she asked for.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
For the receptionist salary. I was able to pull that information
Sure,
up.
sure.
She's currently at $15.60, so $15.60. But she's currently with the $2 step up pay as she assists. So right now with the step up pay, she's at $36,608. Without that, it should be roughly $4,000 less than that, be about $32,000. Mayor, we left off on the question that you asked about the increase from one to the other. If you remember in the last budget cycle, we introduced, we attempted to introduce in the last budget 2 new positions that are currently posted right now. They were being posted to go at the 6-month mark, one, and another one at the 9-month mark, which are a grant administrator and a and a accountant position to take on some of the, abundant needs that are there. Those are two new positions that we requested to be added. You did allow us to add those positions. Those positions are currently posted and we're hunting for those. The reason why the increase shows as partial for last year is because it was only for part of the year. One of them was for the encumbrance of 6 months, because we were going to do that at the 6-month mark. The other one was going to be at the 9-month mark. So that's why it's a partial shown in for 23, and then a higher amount shown in 24. There's no packages attached to finance. There's nothing really that they're requesting besides their software that we've heard about. There's no personnel request coming out of finance, if I remember correctly.
But to be clear, you do not have a grant administrator or an additional accountant as of yet.
No, so they were just posted. We just posted those recently.
You said a grant administrator and then what?
And a accountant one. I'm working with our current staff, both Ms. Quincy and Ms. Holly, to try to get those out, as well as we make the transition of a finance director. Those are 3 vacancies we have in that department right now.
So you were going to share with us the $92,000 difference between fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023?
Yes, part of that, the difference from 22 going to 23 was their partial salary. It wasn't a full amount. So that's how much had the people started at the appropriate times when we had posted it and so forth. Had they started then that's what the difference would have encumbered. That's also a reason why we show that the estimate will be lower. If you notice, I'm looking at page, for example, 34. 2021 actual was 250. 2022 actual dropped to 201. But in 2023, we budgeted 329, and we estimate 293. Reason being, those folks were not here the entire year.
Yeah.
Right. And then you notice that amount goes up in 2024 to the 417. That's assuming that they will be here the full year of 24.
Yeah.
Those are positions you approved before. This is that actual transition.
Yeah. It would be helpful moving forward as we find a new finance director. And as we read, as we reimagine our finance department, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, to have quarterly reports, at least monthly reports, optimally. But we need to know about, we need to be made aware of things of that nature, because like every other household, we ought to have the ability to see how much we budgeted and periodically see where we are within that budget, right? And it sounds like there has been some savings in this line item, for example, because we have not hired anybody. We hadn't hired anybody at the 9th month. We hadn't hired anybody at the 6 months, and that's just nobody's fault. But there are some savings in there. And so when we look and see that the estimation for this line item is $293,000, and that's just the estimate based on what the plan was, that's not reality. Reality might be that we are only at $200,000 in that line item. Well, if that's true, then there's $93,000, right? And with those $93,000, we can look over the rest of our operation to see if there are any pressing needs, to see if we could reallocate those funds, because things happen during the course of the year that are unexpected.
Yes,
So I would like to be, as a council, to be agile enough, to be flexible enough to meet those moments. And again, this is not an indictment. This is simply an observation on how things could be.
Yes, sir.
And I think that if we can get ourselves to that place, that would answer a lot of questions before they're even formed on the lips of our constituents. They would already know, because the information would be provided for them. Any further questions at all on the finance department? Susan, I'd like for you to speak to the idea of the unfunded liabilities that we have in terms of vested employees who have the potential to receive large payouts upon their separation from our city. Where are we with that?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually, that was my CPM project was on. Actually, I chose to make it on unfunded liabilities. During my research, I noticed that a lot of cities suffer from this, preparing for a lot of options to bring forward. One of the things that we've started to let staff know is they need to start using some of their balances because we are going to reduce our accrual. Latest part of the project we've done is to compare how our city is compared to other folks' accrual maximums. Going back to what you stated before, there are some outdated policies that are in place that we need to reduce our maximums, if you will. Right now, we have one of the highest, if not the highest, sick allowance amongst most of the cities similar in comparison to us. Our vacation is in much better shape. Folks we're trying to make sure that folks are recharging their batteries when they can, but sick is a different parameter. The biggest challenge to that, Mayor, is how do we counter that? Meaning, how do we compensate them for unused sick time? The policy's always been that, and I have several options I need to formally present to council for consideration, so we can look at that to make that actual request come into fruition. The first step's going to be is stop the accrual getting to that maximum for anybody else, even if there's a grandfather clause. There's a lot of work to do to that. I know we have reduced that liability. It was at one point hovering towards $3 million. If everybody would have walked out with their sick time, and I'm proud to say we're nearing that number down a lot lower. I would say closer, and I don't have the number in front of me. I apologize, to the 2.2 to $2.4 million. So we are working on that. There's been some significant progress by staff by taking some of their needed time. Another thing is to date, I don't think I've denied but I don't think any leaves request. Apparently that was a problem of something that was happening before. I know COVID played a factor into that where folks couldn't take time off, but also consistently there hasn't been anybody being denied, at least by my office, when it gets to me, any leave requests. We're also encouraging for mental health awareness and making sure that folks are going to the doctor as needed, which apparently was something that was not very well supported by previous administrations. That's one thing that we're doing. And we've noticed in several departments specifically that we had the biggest balances that it has shifted morale to that extent, because we are allowing people to take time off when they request it. You think something that simple, but it also helps us reduce that unfunded liability. I don't have an exact number, but I do know that we had reduced that number to the 2.2 to 2.4 instead of the 3 million where it was at before.
Any more questions on finance? All right, we can move from finance. Do you have any other departments, Susan?
No, that concludes us through finance. If we would like to go over the sheet next that we have, it is labeled FY 23-24 departmental package request packages. It looks like this that I gave earlier. It's a landscape sheet. There's two of them, Mayor. One of them's got a bunch of writing on the side that gives you a description of each project. And there's this one that's a little bit more of a summary. It's probably the thinner of the two. That allows you to take a look at where all the packages are. I believe everyone in the audience has a copy. Obviously, there's a draft of the project. If you don't, I will make sure we share some as soon as possible. But for the time being, what we've done is we've compiled a list of everybody's request, not just requests that were made by department heads, but any requests that were made from council or any other items that we have found to date, including those that fall in line within our CIP for the beginning portion that are currently unfunded. For example, we know that the water line project we're trying to do in this next year are already funded. So these are the ones that we have no assignments or allotments for. What this document does, it puts them into three separate categories of personnel, capital, or other. I'll start with the one that's labeled other. If you notice, and the balance is on the last page, obviously, of the 72,998. Those are best suited to go back to the actual general fund, meaning not to be as packages. When we looked at the numbers where they are now, and you'll see this when I present the formal proposed budget, those will not be reflected as packages. They'll be actual part of the general fund. The importance and significance of that number, if you look at what that number amounts to, which is roughly $73,000, give or take, that's shown on the last page, and you look at the significance of your over under where we are for your general fund, we're roughly $72,000 to $73,000 away. So that number fared well there. So that column on this package and all the things that are tied to it, assuming that they're approved during the budget process, would disappear from your package list. So I want to address that list first. The next list that I wanted to share, the next column to go over, is everything that's shown as capital. These are things that, as of right now, are a capital request. So if you wanted to go out for any form of funding, outsource funding, loan, CO, bond, any one of those mechanisms that you'd like to use, as what Mr. Brad Angst was done, the next step we're creating is a table that shows what all these numbers are. All these numbers equated to things that are in discussion equate to the $9.3 million. However, there are projects on here specifically on the last page that we have not formally discussed, but we know that are of importance that we learned today through our CIP presentation, but also we've had discussions of the possibility of helping with some street repair. If you notice, of that 9.5, 5.5 of that would lead to possible street repair, as shown on your last page. There's also some assistance if we are able to assist with a request of Omega Bay to assist with their dredging. All those items are in there for your consideration to have. So you'll have an entire worksheet specific to what the capital is and what it would take to get those numbers where you want it to happen, to get these capital projects done. All of those items are listed on this list on capital and equate to what those are. So there you have what those look like, the $9.2 million that's listed there. Then the first part of the package is your personnel. Those are all your personnel requests. And they're clearly listed all the way down by department. You have every single listing that's on there. The last page show that what those personnel projects would look like if they were all to be approved. The total of those requests are 1.6. Let me pull up the balance here. I'd like to end with this, if we can, as we're describing this list for package reasons. You will have two of these to share, but I wanted to share the one that we have on here. And Kyle, I'm gonna have to ask you to let me borrow your mouse if you don't mind. Sure, it reaches here. You make this a little bit bigger, actually, if you can. We can't. There we go. Okay. All right. If you noticed this software that we have on here, something we use similar when we did the ARPA survey. Okay. We notice on here, we've added a column that says other request. These other requests, when I hit this button here, is going to equate to the 72,998 that you showed reflected on this sheet. We were asked to create something that was more visually appealing, to see things, to make it very clear, colorful, and visual. This is what we've done to date right now. Obviously, the number is still pending. Once we add that number that is listed in your other column, once we add that number back into the general fund budget, which was that other column, which would disappear from your packages, we now show that we have a surplus of $765 total in this total budget as written as general fund for an option, if that's what you choose. I'm using the wrong mouse, I'm sorry. Other request or departmental request. These are every single one of these positions. Should a decision be made for any of these to do so, when we do them, these numbers will obviously, let's say we wanted to add one of these, one of those, and I'm just randomly going through one of those. As you notice, the number is now changing as to what those are reflected as. So if we're able to add these positions in any capacity, right? And I'm just scheduling through, just checking a few of those, it automatically tallies what those numbers are and then how far we are in deficit. If we wanted to then adjust those, all those adjustments are available to be done by us internally, as was requested as a visually appealing process in any one of these. So for example, if you wanted to increase or reduce any one of your departments, when you have the final proposed budget, you'll be able to say, we want to increase or decrease any certain ones for whatever reason, that's how we'll be able to get closer in a visually appealing way towards your balanced budget. This is something that was requested from the dais to be worked on this week. We have put this together as a result of it. Obviously, it's still in draft form, but wanted you to see how that works. This is obviously stating if we follow the projections of where they are. I know we haven't set a tax rate, so that'll play a role here. But you've asked us to do this in a visually appealing way, and this is the draft of what we have so far. Once the numbers are finalized, you'll have this opportunity to look at this further. And that concludes our departmental request packages, and it is 4:32. I know that, thank you, sorry. I know that Alex is here. I want to share that. That's actually the same, it's the same document, but that, if you look at the column on the right, it gives a description of what each one of those requests are for. That's all it is.
It really would be helpful if we were able to get nailed down some sort of a approximate tax rate. If we were able to nail down revenue, if we were able to look at those things that you added to the budget or to the worksheet or whatever it is that we're working from today. I think we're putting the cart before the horse on a lot of this. You have to build a budget. You have to tell a story when you build a budget. And you have to have a narrative associated with a budget. And you have to allow the council to add to assist, to participate in the edification of that budget. That's nice, but but nobody knows what those numbers are behind that. So we got to get to the first part, Caesar, before we can even, that's a nice thing that people would like to play with. But nobody knows what number is the deficit working from. It says that when you click those numbers, it says that now we're somehow $326,442 in debt. But what was the original number? We don't know. What was the original tax rate? We don't know. What did you put in the budget? We don't know. So we have to learn, and this is a teachable moment. Thanks, Kim. We have to learn to build a budget, but also while we're building a budget, we're telling a story, Caesar. We're building a narrative, right? So I like the idea, but I think it might, we're putting things out of order. So we have to keep working on it because we're confusing people now. They don't even know what that is right now. Alex, I heard that you almost died. Are you feeling better, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Osteen's going to join you as he is a representative of the Economic Development Corporation. Welcome, James.
I sent some of these here on Monday, so I wasn't sure I was going to do Monday and Tuesday.
Thanks, sir.
So this represents what the EDC board actually approved in June. These are the actual numbers. The numbers aren't exactly tying the new system. PSS. We've been working on that. I'm been working on that. I had here for Lieutenant mentioned earlier in the budget workshop.
Thanks, sir.
There's a lot of line items that we don't use that are in there, so.
This is like a template.
Ultimately, this is what the intention is of the board. And while y'all are taking your first look at that, I think the protocol has kind of been talking about some of the highs and lows and things from last year. So I will do that. Happy to do that. I also have some sales tax revenues that finance puts together. I don't know if y'all get that monthly or not, but the line chart might help.
Yeah,
You get that?
we got it.
So put together our EDC accomplishments, goals, and objectives. And we did put that in NDSS. It's equivalent to about 3.5 pages. So I'll hit a couple of high notes, a couple of things that we're proud of. So for the 6th year in a row, the EDC received a certificate of economic excellence from the TEDC. I think y'all are aware that we have been awarded quoted 5 times. What's cool about this, when you drill down on it, out of 950 members of the TEDC, there's only 15 of us that have received it 6 years in a row. So that's a good accomplishment. I'm proud of that. Of course, sales tax is still trending well. We haven't seen that deep decline like other municipalities to our north have seen with years of I-45 construction. And so that's good that we've had some stability still there. Going back to the 2015 to 2022 strategic plan, the number one critical issue identified then was blight reduction. And as you know, the EDC then started to fund a pilot program to help with code compliance, and we're still funding that today. In fact, in our current fiscal year 23, we increased that contribution from 25,000 to 50,000, and representing your budget that you just received from me, that was continued by the board for fiscal year 24 as well. A lot of years in the planning from the 2017 revitalization plan. Obviously, the remodels of 1131st Street and 418 Laurel have started. What's significant for, I think, the city and city facilities, obviously code compliance and development services. We're optimizing that building to better serve those two departments. Obviously, the Various Roads project is wrapping up or has wrapped for the most part. The EDC did convey the $997,000 and change to be the city's match just last month. And so that's a good milestone, get that moving. One thing that we've created in the last couple of months that we're proud of, and it's starting to be emulated, in May, the board created a new grant program to help Marque businesses join the chamber a couple of different ways. And it's unique, and you probably saw it in Inside Marque, the article we did, and Mr. Cole's quotes in there. But so for a 2.5, 3-month-old program, getting some traction there, really seemed to be helping some businesses there. And then meeting with Texas City's Kristen Edwards last week, they're looking at already rolling out a similar program. So I think, from going to never seen a program like this to having one of our neighboring communities looking at doing something very similar, I think that speaks volumes. So we're excited about that. We think it's going to be good. So goals, one of the things that haven't gone exactly where we wanted to, of course, is 401 Laurel. We're still looking for a tenant there. We would love to have a restaurant there. To the Renaissance District plan, people said they wanted a coffee shop downtown. Of course, Art of Coffee's been there for 4 years, but they want additional eating options downtown. So that's important to us to try to deliver that. I am happy to report, while we haven't inked a lease, we did have a pre-development meeting with a prospect yesterday. And so this is a person that has already come to the board, presented their business plan. Don't know what the outcome ultimately will be, but good to be talking to some folks that are interested in that space. And so our goal is to continue to do that and find somebody for that space. But all in all, I think things are going pretty well. On the revenue side, always room for improvement. Here to answer any questions, or if y'all want to dive into the budget, we can do that.
Let's get budget questions answered, Alex, and then we can go into if council has questions about prospects, possibilities, your take on some other things. Council, do we have any questions for Alex as it relates to the EDC budget that was presented before us today? Also, again, former Councilmember Osteen is here to represent the board to maybe understand what their thought process was as they worked on this budget as well. Any questions about the EDC budget?
No questions.
I have a question. So on the so this is the software that everybody's basically been using. This is the new software that everybody's using.
No, ma'am, this doesn't represent that. I think this binder represents that.
Oh,
This is
okay.
an Excel spreadsheet that we've worked off of. and we worked
Oh,
with
okay. So
finance.
this is yours. This is okay.
Well, it comes from finance originally, but yes, ma'am, then we complete it.
and work
Yeah.
with the budget review committee. And then
Right.
it goes to the board for approval.
Okay.
And now this is the next step of
Because
that.
it's not too much different. I'm just trying to understand it. So the actual fiscal year 2022 is 25,500. The budget was budgeted for 24,000, though,
I
correct?
think you're looking at the revitalization budget.
That one.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh,
Right, there's not a whole lot of activity there.
okay,
This is basically our surplus, where we're able to, again, that's where we're able to draw that 997 from, things that wouldn't be first generation sales tax dollars.
okay,
We've been able to work on that. So this year, you're gonna see that we're not budgeting a whole lot of money. The biggest allocation was that $1 million. We didn't know when that was gonna go out. So we've been able to accumulate about 1.6 million. Of course, we just spent the 997. We have about a $600,000 fund balance in revitalization.
and revitalization,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. So you have how much money can be utilized for programming, I guess? Like grants and things like grants or signage and stuff like that. I mean, is it on here? I'm just
Yes,
trying to
ma'am.
look at.
In the copy that's stapled,
Okay,
let me just back up real quick and.
yeah, I'm just trying to, look, I'm trying to understand.
No, absolutely. And we think that this is, once you get a handle on, it, you get
Yeah.
a chance to study it. I mean, it's really
Right.
straightforward, and that's why we even break out the revitalization, whereas the MDSS, it seems like it's combining
Mhm.
everything and the numbers
Right.
just don't. But in the purest sense, what the intent of the board was, we've got $1.4 million anticipated in revenues, which
Okay.
we anticipate it being higher than that. And you'll see my side note on the right-hand side that says this is less than 80% of the 2023 estimate.
Okay,
So we estimate 1.78 million coming in, but the EDC has always been very conservative
mhm,
with their budgeting. So what you'll see ultimately, when you look at the different revenues, the 1.4 million, the 220,000 in interest earnings, and then fund balance of 217, 285.05, for a total budget of 1.837,285.05. And you'll notice that when you get to page 3,
uh-huh,
the total expenditures, it is a balanced budget. And so that's always, so inside that,
mhm,
the expenditures are gonna total that 1.8 and change.
okay,
But of that, you're asking about grants, particularly, and in this particular budget, we've got $150,000 allocated to grants. And that is,
what page is that on?
that's the third page,
Perfect.
about
Okay.
midway
Yeah.
1960.
Okay. So public improvements, explain to me, what does that mean, public improvements? Is that for businesses to apply for signage or something?
No, I mean, that's gonna fall more under grants more than likely.
Public improvements?
No.
Okay.
The grant, when you're talking about signage.
Okay.
Signage is gonna come under grants.
Okay. So what is public improvements?
That could be an improvement. There's a couple of different buckets that we have for that. You'll see another bucket that we're using to improve, which is the repair and maintenance facilities. So we put $500,000 in there because of the exterior remodel. We didn't know how many draws would be done between now and there. But
Okay.
so that's a public improvement as well. I mean, we're improving our public facilities.
Okay,
So that could be more specifically, it could be a road or
okay,
something.
something like that.
It could be signage, like
So-
talking about street signage potentially.
So your blight reduction pilot program, talk about that, for 50,000?
Yes, ma'am. So that's really goes towards a person, and that's just one of 4 different areas that the EDC helps assist the city with staffing. And so again, going back to the 2015 to 2022. plan.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it was identified again when I opened, talking about the number 1 critical issue with blight reduction.
mhm,
And so the EDC set back, well, how can we attack that? How can we address that? We thought, well,
Right,
maybe if we can have a person help expand that program a little bit, whether they're able to sit in the office while the officers are out doing what they do, and then maybe they could help. But we weren't really in control of exactly what they did day to day. We were just creating funding.
right,
Available
right,
initially for the first 4 or 5 years, it was 25,000. And this
Okay.
fiscal year was increased to 50,000. And then. in
and that
24
goes
as well.
towards code department?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And what about land?
Land is kind of a placeholder.
Okay.
We've got that amount in there, but obviously we have a fund balance too that we can draw upon if the real estate transaction needs to transpire.
Okay.
But the biggest difference in this one from ones you've seen before, again, is that $500,000 for repair and maintenance facilities. That's where the number pumps up, because we don't know exactly how far Warner will be on September 30. We're hopeful that they're telling us right now, just so you know, that they're going to be finished by January 15th deadline. And they're really hopeful that once they get some of the foundational stuff done, it'll go quick. But so we might spend less than that next fiscal year, but we had to put a dollar amount in that we were comfortable with, that we would have enough in that line.
Mhm. So professional fees, that's 150,000 for professional fees. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm trying to find it. I'm in that phase of my life where glasses on, I don't see quite as good.
Me either.
Glasses, so,
I think I see it. It
We're
says
trying to make
retail
it-
strategies.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Actually. I
Yeah,
know that that's where it's at.
inside Lamarque, digital ads, television commercial, print
Yeah.
ads. Okay.
Right, and then the strategic plan, that was added, of course, the EDC board did agree to pay up to $40,000 for that plan whenever
Right.
the city's ready to put that RFP out. Or we can play whatever role you would like to play in that.
But if you
Yeah.
wanted to do like business
sir.
incubators and things like that, Alex, what funds would that come out of?
I'm sorry, I missed the front.
If we wanted to do like business incubators, the idea that I gave to you all, what type of funding would that come out of? Or
Well,
do you need more money for stuff like that?
yeah, it would depend on the role first. I mean,
Okay.
if we're gonna buy a new building and renovate it, I mean,
Right.
it could come out of several different buckets.
Different, okay.
We're working with College and Mainland for workforce development,
Right.
job skills training. I mean, it just really depends on what all it encompasses, and I'll let you know.
It's kind of tight. That's why I was looking.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
but just- I
So,
was like, where would it go?
just like working with Kristen,
Mhm.
they're interested in our program. We're also interested in the program they're developing, which is more in line with what you're talking about. They're
Mhm.
developing their standard operating procedures and different things in Texas City for
Right.
how they want to incubate potentially and that sort of thing. And so,
Yeah.
those are ways that we can work together.
Right.
We compete on a lot of levels, but we can share resources too. And so,
Right.
we're still marching in that direction. We're still trying to figure out what that ultimately looks like.
And because one of the things that we talked about earlier was like an affordable housing program. Cesar gave us a list of a lot of vacant properties, vacant buildings and vacant lots. So I'm very interested in seeing how the EDC can partner with other agencies, share resources to come up with some type of program that will help us clean up our city, but also create businesses too. So I don't know, I'm just kind of talking out loud, but I think that there's a lot of things that we could potentially do. And it may be something that has to be separate from EDC, Cesar, maybe an ad hoc committee, just to kind of research what's out there for housing. Since y'all, you're doing blight reduction and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
we're limited in what we can do on the residential
Right.
side of the house.
Right, right.
We have been able to do a few things in the Lake Road area. We
Right.
acquired those lots. Of
Yeah.
course, we tried to work with Habitat and ended up
Right.
selling them and ended up being a pretty good deal. But, Mark Chevalier was here the
Right.
other day and I was listening to him. Of course, we've
Yeah.
worked closely together over the years. There's a lot
Right.
of tenure and his,
Yeah.
right-hand person.
Right.
moving forward. And so the city's in a lot better position than it used to be. Than it
Mhm.
was 14, 15 years ago. I think we're
Mhm.
down to like 2 properties that have been struck off.
Okay.
And they just ran some additional tracks, I think 6
Mhm.
6 back through. And they sold, maybe 8 were ran back through, but 6 sold.
Okay.
Anyway, so we're in a pretty good position there.
Mhm.
It just really depends on what we want to do.
Right.
We have acquired some properties through the
Mhm.
sheriff's sale,
Yeah.
through the property and trust. I
Right.
think Mr. Chevalier mentioned a little bit about that, which all the taxing entities come, and you
Mhm.
write basically a sealed bid for properties that are struck off. But
Right.
as I just mentioned, once they went online, you're not seeing any properties.
Yeah,
struck
they're
off
gone.
At all. I mean, they're getting sold. They're the people from California, New York, all over, they're just buying it
Oh,
with very little due diligence.
Right,
And so you're not having that big pile of properties that aren't on the tax roll being productive. Now,
right,
they may be vacant.
right,
but, you know, people may be paying taxes on them.
right.
So-
They might be. Mhm. Okay, just trying to think out the box a little bit to further help clean up our city and to encourage business growth, of course. I'm really interested in trying to get the Gulf Plaza field. That was one of the things that residents brought to us from Delaney Cove when a commercial property, a guy wanted to build a commercial building and they were like, hey, why would we want you to build another vacant commercial building when you can't fill up the old, Gulfway Plaza? So I know, and I met with Tanya, we're talking about trying to get some people there. So I know, and of course, I'm still talking about churches. Lord have mercy. I don't know. I
Yes,
just don't
no,
know
I
what's.
met with Tanya this morning, in fact, about 11:30,
Mhm.
12:30.
Mhm.
And she's working on some good things. And they've got, I think, 5 spaces available. It's
Mhm.
not, it's 90% occupied. It's
Right.
not like it's half empty or anything like that.
Right,
So, I mean, with that many rental spaces, you're gonna have a few typically, and that's
Right.
good. I
Yeah.
mean, it's good for us because when we have new prospects, when particularly when they're looking at leasing, we can put that in the mix along with some other opportunities as
Right.
well. And, that way the business owner has an opportunity
Yeah.
to choose.
and maybe we talked to her too about trying to do an uplift. Some type of cosmetic uplift to the,
Facelift.
facelift to, I said uplift, I'm sleepy. A facelift to the building, just to make it pop. Cause it's been there so long,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess it was built in the early 90s, and
Yeah.
for the age of it, they really do a good job of keeping it
Mhm,
up. But I mean, there
mhm.
may be some little things that can be done.
Yeah,
Freshen up
just-
and landscaping or something, but they do a
Right.
pretty good job. She did mention to me that 1 acre lot they have next to, they're gonna
Right.
start marketing that again.
Mhm.
They put it on the market before and taken it off, but they're pretty selective in what they want there as far as medical or something that's gonna create synergy with the center.
Right,
They're not
right.
just looking to sell it.
Mhm.
They're not, they don't have to sell it.
Because one of the things that Amazon has said, since they, they don't have the Lake City location and, they have all that volume now, they want more eateries
Yes.
because there's only Barcinas in that area. And that's what Lady Cove is telling me as well. They want to have more choices.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
okay. I think that's all I had. I just was trying to understand the numbers. Thank you.
Any further questions? for EDC?
Let me interject a few things here.
Go ahead, Councilman.
From being a board member now. On the second page, you'll see where that the EDC helps $130,000 towards supporting city positions.
Mhm.
And
Where is that
I
at?
guess I need to ask Alex. So we're supporting their public relations man?
Yes, sir. The 4 columns on page 2 and 3, they're in blue. Those are the 4 EDC city-supported positions. So $70,000 for the accounting services. That's for our monthly reports and help with entering, annual budgets and that sort of thing. Clerical services, that's for our minutes. We increased that last year with the rollback and everything from 2,000 to 10,000. And then the public relations, yes, sir. We put $50,000 towards that position so the city can have some public relations.
Well, we've done that when we only had one public relations person, is that right?
No, sir. That started with the city's PR. So the original PR person, Colleen, she covered both.
Okay,
And then the job descriptions were rewritten, and so that goes towards the city's PR. And then on page 3, the $50,000 that Councilwoman Nancy was asking about, that helps with code compliance.
all right. I need to ask Cesar this. Cesar, on this right here in the city's budget here, you have EDC, General Operating Fund. And now, I want to be sure that when you added all your stuff up to come up with your $17,000 $1 million budget, you didn't add the EDC in here, did you?
What page are you on, just for
Uh,
reference?
He's on,
239, because that needs to be backed out because the EDC pays for their own. 39. I'm just want to be sure y'all didn't add the EDC's
obligations,
obligation into your budget.
where the EDC pays for those salaries. We
Yeah,
shouldn't, we shouldn't be
EDC
paying
pays
for them
for 'em.
twice.
Yeah, they shouldn't be in the city's general fund.
Yeah, no, sir. These would be separate. This is a totally separate fund.
Okay, I know that, but you didn't add it in there, right?
No, sir. This is outside. If you notice, utility fund ends on page 237 and EDC is its own separate budget standalone, which is page 238 through
Okay. Yeah.
239, and then we go into some debt
I
service
want
and
to be
so
sure you
forth.
didn't make a mistake and do that, because that put you over if you had done that. Okay, that's good.
Thank you, sir.
You have any more, James?
I was looking at this, I want to talk about what we funding the finance director here, the accounting services. There we
Page,
go.
James.
Yeah,
Is that that?
Second page.
Second
Talk
page.
about accounting services. I brought this up at the EDC meeting when I found out that our finance director was retiring.
Mhm.
I'm concerned, and I think the board is concerned because Susie was doing our investments for us, moving the money around and, collecting interest wherever she could, the best deals.
Mhm.
She's practically doing 3 jobs. For what 3 persons would do, but I'm concerned, and I think the EDC is concerned that we gotta have, when y'all hire a finance director, we gotta have somebody that knows how to do financing and investments. The city's even got investments. And, I see that being a potential problem that we need to try to head off. But, we are concerned about that.
Sure.
Well, it's been my professional opinion that most director of finances, even when I was at GHA, they come with that investment background. They're like, that's a part of it.
Yeah.
Because if you have a 401k, you got to know how to invest your staffs. So typically that's a part of that position of modern day times it is. Yeah. But I agree.
But
that
point
that needs-
taken.
Yeah, yeah,
It's an important position.
right, it
Absolutely.
is, for sure.
That's all I have. Thank y'all.
Thank you, James. Alex, I have a few questions, just to bring some light to a few items. I'm concerned about the sales tax revenue. The estimates for 23, and I know that you're getting these from our finance department.
Yes,
So we'll stipulate that. The estimates for 23 were 1.7 million, and 24, the estimates are 1.4 million, which is a reduction. And I don't know that I like that reduction. I don't know where that reduction comes from, other than some sort of a trend that has been realized by cities to our north as 45 expansion comes to their city. They have seen a drop in sales tax, but there is, to my knowledge, nothing to indicate that might happen in the city of Lamarque. On top of that, and here's the bigger thing. On top of that, we know now that we are receiving sales tax revenue from Amazon. And if that's true, I don't understand how we arrived at a $1.4 million figure, which is $380,000 reduction. And that's just the EDC's portion. So if we combine the EDC's portion and the city's portion, that would be more along the lines of about $760, I believe, $1,000 in reduction and projection. And again, I do understand that the 45 expansion is causing economic challenges for the cities to our north, but it does not take into account Amazon. And that's been bothering me since I saw this number. It's a low number, and it's inadequate based on what we know to be true about our own sales tax revenue. That, Alex, that has nothing to do with you, but I just used the line item to bring that out for the city manager.
from our budget perspective, we budgeted 1.2 last year and we actually increased to 1.4. We're very conservative on our numbers, but we believe that that number is going to be more like 1.78 this year.
Yeah.
And it should increase. Obviously, our sales tax is up almost 4%.
Yeah,
over
it's up
last year.
almost
So
yeah.
we're doing pretty good. That 1.4, as far as if you're looking at the EDC budget, that's just our conservative number.
Yeah, I thought I saw that also in on our side as
Oh,
well.
okay.
Yeah, yeah. Alex, two questions. I'm interested in this, and it looks to be new, so I'm very interested in it. The $150,000. I thought that I saw for it's not blight reduction, it's for land.
Yes, sir.
Talk to me about that.
Okay, so when we go through our budget, we have some line items that are pretty known. And then we have some like grants and land. We don't know what's going to walk through the door as far as grants. We don't know what real estate opportunities may come our way. So that 150 there is just, it's kind of a number because we've got that number and then we've got fund balance if needed, but there's no, we had 100,000 in last year. We got 150,000 this year. It's just, again, it's one of those line items like grants we really don't know.
Okay. I had the number wrong. It's 50,000 for land, but actually on the other sheet, I found it. It's the downtown beautification. That's what I was actually even more interested in the land. And I'm interested in, you said the downtown beautification will go to projects, fencing, parking, and you also said public art.
Yes, sir.
I'm interested in what that would look like.
Yes, that's it. When you look at neighboring cities that have their downtown projects, or maybe they have sculptures or different things, we really don't know what defines that. We've looked at different things over the years. I mean, Chairman Crowder, he really liked kinetic art. He thought that would be really neat. But something that would create kind of a wow factor for Lamarque, something that, we've talked about this before. We don't have the buried Cadillacs. We don't have the world's largest ball of twine. What is it that people would come to see? And that's why we kind of looked at the radio tower and said, well, maybe if we light it up and tell people that you can see it from the space station, people will come take a look at it. But, really but what is it that we can do to enhance downtown in Lamarque? And that's where this line item, we don't know specifically what that will be yet, Mayor. We just wanted to, in case in next fiscal year, we had some things come to fruition that we could do. Again, whether it was a sculpture or whether we do anything.
Yeah.
What about a historical museum?
I think you probably need more money than that. I like your train of
Yeah.
thought.
Seeing it-
But
seeing
I think
as-
it'd be more expensive than that, but let's talk about it.
Two more. One's pretty simple.
It's the hard one.
And that is it El Lugar?
El Lugar.
El Lugar. What are our plans for that? I know we're doing work to it. Will it just be open for lease, for events?
They are our tenant, so
They'll still operate.
yes, after post remodel, yes, sir.
Okay.
Their lease runs through October of next year currently. And once we get our the remodels done, we're going to talk to them. They're interested in potentially acquiring that building. They have two businesses in there currently now. El Lugar being the event space, and then Innovation Safety Solutions, which is a training compliance for industry type
Yeah.
business.
Yeah. Last question. Have you thought, we know that the was it 2022 bond or was it 23? When did we have the bond election for College of Mainland? That was just this year, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's this year, 23.
So we know in that, one of the things that they will be doing is to develop a hospitality division, or what would you call it, Kim, department?
Mhm.
We have a restaurant sitting here vacant. Has there been any thought to partnering with College of the Mainland when they start to move forward with their hospitality curriculum? Perhaps they might partner with us to operate a restaurant in our community that will then provide the education and hands-on, the practical experience that many of the folks going through their program might need. There was a similar program, I believe, in it was Lon Morris
Okay.
in Jacksonville, Texas. There was a hospitality program where the students actually, but I believe it was on a catering and event basis. They actually operated the kitchen.
Okay.
Food for thought.
Sure, no, that's a good idea. I could reach out to find out if they're looking to partner with folks that have real estate or kitchen or see if they need some. I don't know if that belongs to the building and they'll have what they need, but we can certainly explore that.
Sure. Or maybe they lease the restaurant and use it as, again, as a training. It would operate as a restaurant as far as we know. We would go eat, but perhaps it might be again a training ground for a lot of their students. It's food for thought. If we can't find a tenant,
Sure.
partner would be ideal. Any further questions on?
So
Go
on
ahead,
that
James.
point with the bond stuff, I know the building that they're talking about building out for their classroom, which is over by the VA hospital or the VA clinic. And they were talking about a restaurant in there. So that not only there, but also that little restaurant inside building A.
Yeah.
Might be a place because we have clients that are supposed to be a part of that. So they can already have a built-in structure of people that will come down and have lunch. Children that are there for snacks during the summertime, stuff like that. It can be a learning experience along with a government-funded program to help with summertime feedings and such.
Right.
So that's another option. And yes, I'm trying to do the research into a historical society in the area because the Buttermilk Junction Museum, I would love to have one here. And anything that goes with Lamarck, that way we can tell the story of it. I hated driving by the Texas City Museum when I would go home from the high school every year and go, why don't we have one? So.
You know, y'all have a lot going on between now and October the 1st. Let's try to set a meeting up with your EDC, maybe sometime in October after all this pressure's off all y'all. We really need to sit down and
Do a joint workshop.
We want to serve y'all. That's what we want to do. But we need y'all's input, and I've heard some good input right now.
Yeah.
But it'd be wonderful if we could sit down and have an all-day meeting.
We even did I know the letter y'all wrote for the Emancipation Trail that's gonna come down. And when we met with Jimmy Storms about his building that, Jimmy said he's interested in possibly, selling it. And then when he met James, the person Councilman Ross said, hey, this could be a great building for Buttermilk Junction because it's right on the railroad, right? And so we know Mr. Storms loves Lamarck. He's always trying to add value to the area in some form or fashion. So that may be a nice partnership. But I agree with you. It's time. I don't even think we should wait till October. I think we need to try to do it in September if we can, for a workshop between EDC and council.
Yeah, because we can help revitalization. That's what we're doing now. So
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because we have a building in District A that's been there that won't sell because the appraisal value is so low. Somebody needs to just buy it out cash, I guess. But it's been there for over a decade, just sitting there rotting. And we've got to come up with some incentives. I know we talked about what incentives can we do as a city, as a council, to move some of those buildings that we have.
like Alex said earlier, Councilman Yancey, we're limited on what, DD's limited on what they can purchase.
Right,
It's got to be tied to job creation or job retaining.
right.
Right.
Pretty much what we limited to
Mhm.
being an A.
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you can partner with people all day long to find those resources or create a pipeline of sort of information. And that's what we lack. A lot of people, Tech City has a housing program. We know this time last year, that's what Merv brought up, like, why don't we have one? And our LMI is lower than theirs. And he's absolutely right. And right now, Texas City Housing Authority, they have the right to pretty much put whoever they want to in Lamarck because they oversee us. It may not always be the best people, right? But if we can control our own, then we screen our own. And so we won't have to,
Yeah.
go. So that's just a thought, something that we can do on an ad hoc committee kind of thing, but also working in collaboration together to find out where those lots are, where those buildings are with the EDC.
Sure.
But we can do that during the workshop. Talk
Yeah.
about it. For sure.
Any more questions for EDC? Well, thank you, gentlemen. I believe we are at 5:00, 5:15. We planned on staying a little longer, but we lost Mayor Pro Tem
Right.
and we lost the city clerk.
Everybody said.
So I would think that this might be an appropriate stopping point.
Yes,
We don't want to exclude Mayor Pro Tem.
okay.
So, council,
I move that we adjourn.
before we adjourn, do we have any final thoughts or any final directions for Caesar?
I think we have piled enough on his plate right now. He
Yeah.
might have peas and carrots spilling off the side. So.
It's true, it's been a hard day for our administration, and that does not mean that they aren't supported by this council or even by the community. It just means that we have a certain expectation. And it means that we want to provide that for our citizens, for our residents, so that they can follow along with confidence, so that they can contribute to this budget process. Not the best day, but definitely a productive day and a beneficial day. And Caesar, we know that you and your administration will come back Monday morning with the appropriate level of accountability. Let's remember, this is Caesar's second budget workshop. Is that right?
Here in Lamarque, yes, sir.
That's right. As the city manager of this city.
Or
So,
how we like to call it, the United States of Lamarque.
so we're hard on him sometimes, but certainly we want to make sure that he has our support.
And let
There's-
me say,
go ahead, go ahead,
I
go ahead.
want to add to that, because I know some people don't always see the full picture. I think we need to see the full picture. We do not have an HR director. We do not have a finance director in the middle of budget. And so our city manager has had to do a lot, and hear me well, on the record, a lot, without having two directors. And our staff has had to do a lot. I am grateful that I feel like the last 3 months, we've got some stability, right? And so now we can go and go back. I think with the budget, we just need to kind of understand what we're working from. Like if we have 17 million, what does that look like? So, and I know you have a new software system, so we're all learning the software system, right? And one thing about a software system, you have to feed it, but you also can customize it to make it easy. Because what's going to happen is once we put the budget up, people are going to ask a whole lot of questions and ask a lot of questions of us. So we want to be able to say, we're doing well. We're a healthy city, like Alex just said. We haven't been in this position in 14 years. Did he not just say that? This is the best position economically that we've been in a long time. So I think when the mayor is saying that about the narrative, we need to be able to show that and make it plain so they can see this is the best that we've been, that we are doing the best now than we've done in a long time. And that's what we need to be able to see that in the numbers so that we can explain that and articulate that any layperson can understand. That's all. You're a teacher, so I know you're gonna swing it. I already know you're gonna swing it. So you know how to make it plain. But I do understand sometimes with new software systems, it can be kind of icky. Yeah, I need a bigger font though, for real.
That's on the list, Councilman.
Okay, thank you.
We will take the rest of the weekend, council, to digest what we have experienced these first 3 days of budget workshop. We will reconvene Monday morning with a new schedule. Let's be mindful that the proposed budget by law has to be in our hands by Tuesday. So on Monday, I suspect that Mr. Garcia will be in and out of this budget workshop, making sure that the appropriate projected budget will be in our hands on Tuesday. So if he's moving in and out Monday, it's because he's working on the budget presentation. Anything further? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So
Is
move.
there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned.